What's up, Cleveland? How you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in, man. Should have enough glue here to do the 3 glue ups that I need to do yet. While it's warming up in here, I'm going to take a few minutes and change the blade on my bandsaw. Good morning, Makers Murphy. How you doing, bud? Thanks for coming. How you guys doing this fine Sunday? I'm just gonna busy. Hell yeah. Got some projects going or just some non-woodworking projects? Why is that so damn tight to move? Oh, because I'm hitting that. Oh. Planner and signs for customers? Hell yeah. Get it done. I'm just gonna change the blade on my, let's make life easier. You guys can see what I'm doing if I don't have my table on. I'm gonna change the blade on my bandsaw because I have to do some resawing. And I want to put my 3/4 inch blade on, not the 3/8 inch blade. So this will serve as a little tutorial, I guess, on how to set up a bandsaw. Alright. Take tension off the blade. Just letting it warm up in here before I actually start doing some work. So figure I'll take care of the mechanical side of things first. Forgot my screwdriver. What's up, Wesley? How you doing? Thanks for coming in, man. Man, we went from 60 degrees yesterday to snow today. That is super annoying. Alright, one bandsaw blade. Now I just get the damn thing to curl like it's supposed to. Ooh. Mrs. T, how you doing? Crappy Kid, how you doing? Thanks for coming, guys. I appreciate it. Now, let's see if I can't get this thing to curl like it's supposed to. Without slicing my damn fingers off. So, just like I said before, I'm just changing the saw blade so that I can get ready for resawing today. And then, well, that's happening. It's warming up in here a little bit. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I don't know why this isn't working for me today. So, we'll just, oh! Get hit in the face with that. I'll hang it up there for now. What state are you in? I'm in PA. And hell yeah, I want some cypress. Oh, nice, Wesley. Nice. Look, it's coffee this morning. I know, it's 10 o'clock, but... Put my back guard back on. And I can start adjusting the saw. Give you guys a rundown on how that works. Since you're all here. You know, guy going to Ohio, you let me know where in Ohio. I'll go pick up some cypress. Alright, so my saw, some saws will have a tension gauge in here, right? Other saws will have a tension gauge back here. Mine has a tension gauge back here. So it's got little marks here to give you an idea of where to go. So this is 3/4. It's a 3/4 inch blade. There's a little washer down here that's red. You'll see it as it comes up into view here. That little red washer down there. I'm just running that all the way up to 3/4. That'll give it roundabout the tension that I require. It's so long to turn. All right, kid. Shoot me an email. elegantwoodcraft2024@gmail.com. And I'll give you contact information through that. Hey, what's up, Steve? How you doing, bud? All right. So I got it to where the saw sets it at 3/4. We'll decide if that's enough tension or not as we go. Just woke up? Hell yeah. Alright, one of the things you want to do is you want to set your blade up so that the gullet, the deep part of the teeth here, is as close to the middle as you can get without running your blade off the back. So, since this is a 3/4 inch blade, which is the max blade thickness for this saw, I'm going to run my blade back to the edge of the wheel. I'm not gonna run it off the back of the wheel, so then I have to change my tension. Or my tracking, not my tension. Make sure you're not hitting your teeth with your wheels here, or your bearings down here. Do not want to hit your teeth. That's how you mess up your teeth. Take the set out of them, and then your saw your blade's pretty well useless unless you have it fixed. Alright. That's got me right in the back of the wheel. So I'm not... You notice that I'm further than halfway, but the back of the blade here is on the back of the wheel. So there's no further back that I can go. It doesn't make sense to have your blade unsupported by the wheel, right? Hi, Steph. 20 minutes to get back on the plane? All right. Yeah, Steve, coffee is good. Okay, so I got that set up. I tightened my tracking knob. It's got a little wing nut on the back. I got that tightened. I got a good amount of tension on there. That actually might be a little too much tension, but as you can see, my bearings turn when I'm spinning the wheel. You guys might not be able to see that. That means their bearings are too close. But before we do any of that, we're going to adjust the bottom little, this doesn't have bearings on the bottom. It's got little like feet things. So we want to run them out so they're just behind the teeth. Okay. So just behind the teeth. We don't want anything to be in this area of the teeth. We want it just behind. Okay, I'm going to err on the side of caution and give it just a little bit behind. So all those little blocks do is stop your blade from wiggling back and forth on the bottom. You don't need to pinch it. You just want them there. Either just barely touching or just barely not touching. Okay. Now, as you can see, that's straightened up my blade a little bit. It's pulling on the bearings just kind of randomly. All right. So, but we're not finished with that yet. We're going to run this back bearing. This one here. We're going to run this up till it's not touching the blade. Okay. If you can turn the wheel and that blade doesn't turn, or that bearing doesn't turn, so that's too close. So back it up. That's good. Tighten her down. Make sure we're... There we go. Now my bottom's set temporarily. Yeah, coffee. It is good info. There's not a whole lot of videos out there about it, but at least not that I've seen too often. So we're going to run our top bearing up. We get that sit just behind the blade, almost into position. We're going to run our tracking bearings here up, or I don't know what the hell they're called. These top bearings, and we want them to be just behind the teeth. Like so. See, that's actually as far forward as I can go. And it gives me a little bit of a gap. Oh, you guys can't see nothing. Hang on. Do this. So it gives me just a little bit of a gap here. And that's actually, like I said, as far forward as that carriage can go. So we're going to lock that carriage in place. Okay. Now, we're going to spin our wheel. We're going to work on this top bearing here. That bearing isn't turning. No. This bearing, when it's loose, it'll drop down and hit this carriage here, which locks the bearing up, like right now. You just want to put a little pressure on it. You should be able to move that. Now we're going to loosen these side bearings. Help it have the right Allen head or key. Oh, goodness. I don't know who the hell tightened that. It was me a week ago. Oh. Okay, now these bearings are on cams, right? So they pivot out different. So we're going to pivot these out. They're not centered in the posts. They're a cam. So as you turn it, the distance gets wider or closer. Okay. It's actually the back bearing is too close. There we go. That's better. You want to be able to push on it and get a little bit of movement, but when you just lightly push on it to get movement. You don't want it to have to take a lot of pressure to push on it, and you don't want it to spin while it's just sitting here. Just a little bit of pressure should get it to move. You're basically looking for about the thickness of a business card. There we go. We're going to go with that. Now these you want to run them in. These are what's keeping your blade true and stopping it from doing this. Okay? It's also stopping it from doing this. And we're going to go in. So there's just a little bit of a gap. We just want it to wiggle a little bit, but we don't. We don't want it to spin. So we're going to back these off just a nudge. My blade's got a little bit of wobble to it, probably because it hasn't been on a machine in a long time. It's still sort of coiled. So we're going to try to work around that wobble, because that little bit of wobble will go away as the blade stretches. So I got a little bit of side to side. We're going to tighten this up. I can see through here, like I can spin these. That bearing's a little tight. That bearing's tight as hell. I think this bearing is too large. It's hitting this carriage here. What we can do is we can pull this back a little bit. Allow that bearing to spin more free. Yeah, I'm going to end up taking a little Dremel tool or something to the top of this carriage and just notching this a little bit. But for now, excuse me. We'll set it up best we can with that thicker blade. Alright, we're going to call that good. Now, we're going to not put our fingers in it. We're going to turn it on and watch the blade. I do this little test run without the table on it because if the blade walks off, it's not going to bite my table and ruin the blade. There's a lot of other things that it can do, but spinning it, I don't think it's going to come off. I think we'll be fine. cracking good. These may be a little too tight now. Yeah, one was pushed in a little too far. I pulled my blade to the side. Okay. I will retweak that. We're gonna call that one good. Put the table back on it. Morning, Kev. How you doing? All right, Steph. Have a good flight. There's not a lot, but a couple that are good. Yeah. All right, now we get to put the table back on. My table goes this way. Oh, there's a bolt back here. All right, that is a positive stop for 90 degrees. It's adjustable so that when you pivot your table, you can always go back to 90 degrees. And it gives it support back here. Can't be pushed down. Just a little thing that is useful to know. I'm gonna put my table back on my knobs back on the table, and then this is set up, and we can start doing some other work. We'll be doing some resawing here. I had to order another fence, so we're going to be doing a resaw with a piece of wood as a fence. So we will use a scrap piece to get it set up. I need to cut 3/8 inch strips. I gotta get a different wheel for the top of this thing. It needs balanced. But there we go. Bandsaw set up to do our resawing. That'll be, we'll do a couple test cuts with it and we'll see how that's going to work out. I don't think it'll be an issue. I think it'll be just fine. Now the adjustment where they say 3/4 of an inch, blade, that's a rough point. That's a starting point. So you can go a little tighter, you can go a little looser. I think that's a good amount of tension on that blade. I may kick it up a little bit as the blade heats up from cutting. But one of the things that I would like to do, actually, I think this blade has already been waxed. If you just take some finishing paste to your blade, right? Not the teeth, but to the flat of the blade. It helps it slide a little smoother if you're kind of wobbling it in your cut, and that side, that shank or whatever you want to call it, is hitting your wood. It'll help it slide a little easier instead of binding. It's not something that, like, the teeth will cut a kerf that's thicker than this blade, but once in a while when you're working turns, or you need to curve just a little bit, or you get a little off your line and you want to work it back, sometimes you want to put a little wax on there, and it helps ease that transition. It makes it a little smoother. I particularly like to do it on curves. Now, the first thing that people usually lose on a bandsaw is the pin or bolt that goes on this end where the split is. While it's not terribly important, this is a thick cast iron, right? I don't ever really put much weight over here. What that does is it keeps your table aligned, keeps it flat. Like mine's flat. But if I pushed on it, I can get a little bit of a lip. Okay. Now this is a big, thick cast iron table. It's not really that big of a problem. But on the smaller aluminum tables, it can definitely flex a lot. On like the benchtop ones. But to be honest, I don't ever really put enough weight out here that it's going to cause these to flex. So even on my smaller benchtop one, I never really did. That bearing hits whatever little jute out there is, that bearing hits and just keeps hitting. Gets the spinning pretty good. But that's where we're at so far. All right, so what did we do yesterday? We got our two panels glued up right here. We're going to take those out of clamps here in a little bit, do the scraping. We're not going to do the sanding on them yet. We got our rails cut. We got our stiles down to rough size. Our feet and legs. So I'm going to do something that I didn't really want to do. But because Home Depot and Lowe's did not have walnut, they did. But I wasn't paying $145 for an 8-foot 1x4. Was not happening. That's highway robbery, and if you guys are doing that, go to a lumber yard. Just Google lumber yard or sawmill. Those places will have maple for like $4 a board foot in my area anyway. I'm not even sure it's that much, to be honest. In fact, let's see, what did I pay for one of those maple strips up there? I think I still have the receipt out here. Cherry. I buy a lot of cherry. I paid $4 a board foot for curly cherry. Yeah. Curly maple. Those boards that I was using earlier. I paid $1.96 per board foot. Don't buy it at Home Depot, or not Home, yeah, Home Depot and Lowe's that are charging you $12 a board foot. Just don't do it. If you have any other options, don't do it. The only way we're going to stop those people from price gouging us on lumber is to stop buying lumber from them. That's ridiculous. And they're like, hardwood lumber isn't even that great. It's a pretty subpar selection of hardwood lumber. I mean, if you need a piece, in an emergency situation, that's great, but don't buy project material there. Hey, Saving Grace, how you doing? I'm doing good, man. Thanks for asking. Got the bandsaw set up to do some resawing. Let's see. So what we're gonna do, because I do have that piece of maple up there, I think we're just gonna use that for the inner. What I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna make a sandwich with the uprights and the feet and the cross brace. Right? It's gonna be cherry on both sides, and then maple in between. That'll give me way more strength out of it, make it bulkier, and it'll carry that maple throughout. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I had a different idea. Hang on. No, I'm sorry. We weren't going to do that. We're going to do that on the stretcher, not the sides, just the stretcher. I apologize. So we're not even going to worry about that right at the moment. We need to get the final size of the box figured out, which I know how big it should be, but we don't want to make any miscuts, cut stuff too short, because I don't have a board stretcher, so couldn't find mine. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take the legs and stuff. We're going to get all that broken down, get straight edges on it, and then we're going to start router work and get our dados and stuff cut. And I think then we'll be on to resawing some black walnut, which is going to be a lot for this saw. This saw will get beat up doing it, but slow and steady wins the race. And we're going to do, I believe, 4-inch thick slices. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to do 4-inch thick slices. So we have an overall it'll be around 7 inches for the black walnut. It's 2 pieces. They'll be roughly a 1/2 inch into the maple. These things right here. And they're going to be just floating. They're not going to be glued in place. But we're starting to warm up. I'm starting to warm up. I'm going to pop my hoodie off. We can get to work. Got the fan on, so it's drawing out some air. Let's get some stuff cut, shall we? When we do this, first of all, I hope you all are having a good Saturday, or not Saturday, Sunday, sorry. Hope you all are having a good Sunday. I know I don't go to church, but I don't disagree with religion. I just find it weird that one would take attendance. So, alright, we're going to do some cutting here. We're going to get everything broken down to rough widths, or in this case heights, and we're going to do those cherry pieces here for the feet and the leg. These already have a straight edge on them, which is awesome. I need to rip these in half. So if I have the center of my blade at 2.5 inches, that's half. Oh, you know what? First I need to take a slice off the outside. Square that up. Now we can go to 2.5 inches. It would also help if I actually went 2.5 inches instead of 3.5. Pretty damn close. is what's going to be my 2 feet. These are longer. We got to put on our level, make a longer straight edge. These we want to be as straight as possible. Because these are going to be the legs, the uprights. I know this is probably pretty loud first thing in the morning, but you guys got volume buttons. Turn the volume down. Okay, just don't want that to go anywhere. There. This one is going to be 2 pieces. We're going to cut the legs down to, I believe it's 4.5 inches wide. Double check, make sure. Yeah, we're going to go to 4.5 inches wide. That is going to be the thickness of all 4 legs. Well, both legs, but 4 boards. 2 boards each leg. Now, see, I got this little bit of stuff going on here, and as long as this is an outside piece, that little bit doesn't matter because it will get taken off in finishing. But what I don't want this sapwood on this side, which you guys might not be able to see. So, what's up, Turner? How you doing, bud? Religion is politics of Christians, no religion for me. Yep. That's how I feel too, great saving grace. But, alright, let's get some more cutting done. So, I think I was supposed to make them 4.5 inches wide. Yeah, I was supposed to make them 4 inches wide. Oh, I'll work another piece. So I'm gonna have to mill another piece, unfortunately. But we'll have a scrap piece for later. Oh, actually, I wonder if I have a piece here. Actually, that will work as long as. Ooh, and it's curly cherry. Just make that the outside piece. It'll be fun. It'll work. So I will just need to cut this to length. We're not going to, all right on 4.5. I got referential pieces that I can use to reset my fence. We're just going to lop this off at 4.5 real quick. Or lop this off at length real quick. Problem solved. Now I just have to remember that these are 4.5 inches. Let's make sure. Oh, that's perfect. All right. Which side do I want? Which side looks prettier? On this side. go. Crisis averted. Yeah. Now that I have these here, you know what? I do kind of think that I want maple in between. But what I think that I'm going to do is I'm going to put a strip of cherry. I'm going to rip this down, put this on each edge, and put a strip of cherry down the middle as a filler so that my maple is on both sides. And the cherry will go up the center. And you'll see the cherry just at the top where the curve is. Getting starter kits done before it gets hot? Hell yeah. Excuse me. I think that's what I'm going to do. And that's what I'll do for my stretchers and my feet as well. So we are going to take that cherry is actually the same damn thickness. We are going to run the planer here for a bit so that I can throw in I can make sure my maple and my cherry filler strips are exactly the same size. Cherry's a little thicker. Maybe I don't need to run the planer. What if? What if I do this? Is that going to give me a wide enough piece? Now we're going to run the planer. Fuck it. Let's not dick around. Get the planer going. My two legs glued up. My 2 feet glued up. I'll mute the stream for the planer work, so you guys don't have to hear that thing running. All we're going to do is work some pieces down to 3/4 of an inch, so that way it's everything's the proper thickness, and I don't have to dick with anything when I'm doing the glue up. Or Or I run a piece of maple up through the center. Maple is already the same thickness. I'm sure that I have plenty of length and I can sacrifice a piece that long. Let's find out. Is that the same thickness? It abso-fucking-lutely is. Perfect. That's what we're gonna do. No planer work. Do the planer. Planer will be tomorrow when stuff is glued up. Improvising here. Hey Henrik, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in, man. Now, the flip side of that is I could run a piece of black walnut up through the center, but I really don't want to. So I think I'm just going to run a piece of maple up through. It's going to widen. So here's what I'm doing, okay? Here's my stock. This is my leg. I want it to be a little beefier and want to add a little decorative nudge to it. I wasn't going to. It wasn't part of the original plan, but we're going to do it. So I'm going to take some of this curly maple, which you're barely going to see any curl on the edge, and I'm going to sandwich it between the two pieces of cherry. Okay. Now I've got a much thicker board, and I've got this little bit of maple in there. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to leave the ambrosia deal going on there or not. We'll see. But because can't get to the lumber yard until next week, what I can do is I'm going to have the sides are going to be sculpted a little bit. And what I don't want is I don't want to run into that glue line. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split this in half so that I've got more bulk. And I'm going to put that on each edge. And I'm going to put a filler strip. And we're going to do it out of maple just for simplicity, because that maple up there is the same thickness. We're going to put a filler strip of maple in, which the only place you're going to see it will be at the top. And I'm confident that I can make that glue line all but disappear. So I think that's what we're going to do. And it'll be the same for the stretcher. The stretcher will be the same. The stretcher is going to punch through here, and you're going to have a lock to assemble it together. It's the most basic through mortise design that you can do, that anybody can assemble. You take the fork, because that's probably the design I'm going to go with, is the fork. Drive the fork in, and that'll pull everything together. So that's what we're going to do. Ideally, I don't remember how much wiggle room I gave myself on these. 34. Let's see what these plans call for height-wise. Oh. Alright, so I've got 4 inches of extra room here. I only need to be 30 inches. I've got 3 inches for my legs, or 2.5 inches for my feet, plus the block that I'm going to put in between the leg and the feet. So, this piece will be just fine at 33 1/4. Okay. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to split this, right? And I'm going to flip this in so that this is on the inside. And then we don't have to, we're not going to see that on the outside. It'll just be white maple. Hopefully that doesn't go all the way through, but we'll find out. So that's 3.5 inches wide. I need a total width of 4.5 times 2. Then I'll need some for the feet, because the feet have to match the thickness of the legs. Or at least close to it. So I need 4.5. This is 3.5. So how about I set this at see if I can get pretty close to the center. Pretty close. Just under 1 3/4 inches. Let's run this. Got my board. Alright, so we can avoid that ambrosia knot there. We'll flip that to the inside. Flip this one to the inside. These ones will flip that way. A little bit of tension in this board. A little bit of tension in that one too, goodness. But I can squeeze that back together, that'll be fine. This one will squeeze back together just fine. Okay, so there's how that one will go. That one's actually too long, and this one is a notch too short, but whatever. Now I need these. Two pieces. Inch and an eighth. Inch and an eighth. Just convenient. There's an inch and an eighth. Oh, goodness. Nice, Ricker. How you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in, man. That'll look good with a light stain. Were you talking about the whole assembly? Rigger, I give you full permission to copy my design if you like. Anything I post on my channel is up for grabs. In fact, if you want, I'll send you my plans. Well, yeah, I can. Just don't post them online. All right, so I need 2 slices at 1 inch and an eighth. First, we're going to have to lop that down to 34 inches. Yeah, no problem, man. I mean, the base of my design, the base of the design I'm using now is a design that was in Woodsmith magazine. So I'm just making modifications because my personal design, I haven't built one yet, and I don't know that it's going to work 100%. And until I get one prototyped, I don't want to put someone's baby in it. You know what I mean? Still not getting notifications. Hey, you're here. That's all that matters. Sharpen my pencil here. Got a little. Although the fact that I pop up in the short speed is nice. I enjoy that. I know this kind of, doing all of the work from beginning to end doesn't really appeal to everyone. Most people just want to watch assembly, get a couple of tips, and then off they go to build their own. But some people want to watch this stuff, so I want to make this stuff. All right, so 34 inches right there. All right. So 1 inch and an eighth. I haven't cut that piece yet, so let's get this going over there. Sort of sled back up here, so You're gonna have the room to do this? Hell no. A fence is in the way. And everything over there is in the way. Alright. Let's see. Do I have the room now? Hell yeah, I do. Nice. Good. my 34-inch piece. That will make my that'll make my runners, my filler strips that I need. Make sure that my fence is good here. Should be good. Let's drag this thing back over here. Comfortable to work with. What are you doing this strip? Here it is. Alright, we're going to cut 2 at 1 1/8 inches. Beautiful. That'll do, pig. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Alright, now we'll go ahead and cut these down to the proper length. Do something that's dangerous. Don't do this at home, children. Just cutting this down to rough size it to 34, so I don't have a ton hanging over. I'm gonna do some sketchy shit, do-da. Hope I get away with it, do-da-do. There we go, much more gooder. Much more gooder. Scrap. This one is entirely scrap. There is curly. Oh, that's the runner. That's my cross piece right there. So let me get a rough idea of how long my stretcher needs to be. Maybe 37, 39. 37, 42. Probably somewhere around 46 inches. Gives me. Inches. Play with it. Right. So I will still need to get a piece of maple, but that will be fine because the stretcher piece isn't going to come in until later on anyway. When I have my final sizing figured out. I mean I can oversize it. I can make it much larger, but I really don't want to. Just in case I miscalculate, my oversize is undersized. I'm gonna go live later while you're finishing up some carpenter bee traps. Hell yeah, Ricker, get to it. Yeah, I like trying to find a happy medium between talking with people and building. This particular build diary, I'm trying to do more building and less talking. But occasionally taking a break and chatting with the people in here is nice. And it gives me a minute to think. And I'm not just like rushing through it. 'Cause I'd be doing it this way even if I wasn't on camera. Right? I'd be standing here, I'd be drinking something, and just looking at my pieces, trying to figure out my next 3 steps. With you guys here, it just means that I get to chat with you a bit. And we get to have some fun. And you guys have a lot of good ideas sometimes. Like I don't think I make it a big secret that I will tend to get stuck in one thought process. I will know that the way I'm doing it is the hard way, but I'm already doing it that way, so that's the way I've got to power through. And like I'll get locked into that thought process, and a lot of times you guys will be like, "Hey, stop being stupid. There's an easier way to do that." And hey, what? You're the same way? Yeah. I'm glad it's not just me. Like when I'm working, I will 100% get locked into doing things the stupidest way possible, just because it's how I started doing it, and I don't want to think about it no more. I just want to do it. Or I'll be doing it like, the most difficult way possible, not thinking about, is there an easier way to do this that's going to get the same result with either less loss of limb or less wasted material, less whatever, less effort. Okay, so now what I got to do is I got to do it for the feets. You got to make it for the foots, because the legs and the foots have to be the same. They got to be close to the same overall thickness as the uprights, right? Makes sense. Can't have a great big upright and a tiny little foot. Then you look all goofy. So what I have to do is cut 2 at 24 inches. And then rip them down. These won't have the filler strip because these are going to be wide enough that I don't need the filler strip. Also, I think I messed up my wood. Okay. Yep, I did. There we go. All right. 1. This one has this big old knot in it, which I really should have chosen a different piece. But I still might choose a different piece. I might take a piece off of that other one. It won't match coloring though, so maybe I'll make a whole new one, because I really don't like that. And even if I put it on the inside, I mean, when I first milled it, I didn't think it came down that far and I could cut it out as a part of my shaping. But now that I look at it, like now that bits have coming out, it goes in here pretty good. I won't be able to shape that out. Hang on, what's my overall length on my foot supposed to be? 20 inches. So 20 inches. These are 24. I might be able to do it. I might. But I think since I have these pieces all milled up already to the same thickness, maybe I will just cut one new one. Hopefully the color doesn't seem to be terribly far off. The grain is fairly close. It's not like flat sawn and wrist sawn. It's pretty close. The coloring isn't bad. And they won't be right next to each other. There'll be a board in between them. So, maybe I'll do that right quick. We'll just cut a new one. They are milled to the same thickness, so it's not going to mess with me. Let's do that real fast. Let's get one milled down. Or cut down before I believe this was 2.5. Yep, that'll take care of that. All right, perfect. Before we do that, let's get this cut at 24. I want this side of it because that matches the color more. Doing things this way is the sketchiest way possible. I don't recommend it unless you have full control over your material and your fence and blade are parallel to each other. In my case, my end of my fence kicks out about 1/8 of an inch from this end. So that way as I go forward, I actually leave that fence. My blade is straight to the table. And we're good. All right, let's get this down to the right size. Kick that blade up a little bit. Not bad. I'll make sure that's the inside piece so it's in more shadow. Because this one is less curly than this one. So I think we'll be alright. Worst case, I'll remake a leg or a foot. It's not that big of a deal. But what I need to do is I need two 24-inch pieces of this because this piece is so big, we'll use the sled here. Because that'd be a lot to control, all this bit hanging out here. That's going to be way too much to control. Okay, what is going to give me some curl? Both ends. All right, perfect. Much more safer. And then there's my curly maple scrap. We'll throw that up there with all the other long bits of scrap. All right. Let's get this in here to right there. We'll make that a little bit over. The router will take care of that little bit of extra. All right, let's see which top is going to give me the prettiest curl. So this one will get cut that way. That one's got curl there and there. It's got curl that whole length there. That's more defined, so they'll both get cut this way. Slightly oversized, so I can trim them with the flush trim router bit. Some more little pieces. I don't know what I'll use these for, but man, they fit pretty good as table sled runners. No wiggle room in there. Maybe that's what I'll keep them for. Those are exactly 3/4 of an inch wide. Who knows? Okay. Let's do some glue up, shall we? Actually, let's have some coffee. Let's look at this chat. Hi, Nancy. Who? I don't know what you retracted, but how you doing? Hey, Hinton, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, Ricker, that's the same way I am. I will have, when I do have a plan, like a hard plan that I know works, I'll be like, I don't know. This might not work out well. This might be goofy, blah, blah, blah. I better change this on the fly. And then I end up abandoning the plan altogether. Yeah, coloring isn't too bad. As long as you're relatively close, most people won't even notice. Especially if there is a contrasting color dividing them. Like in this case, there's going to be a white dividing the two reds. So if one's a little darker than the other, it'll be far less noticeable. Now, if I had like black walnut dividing them and one was a little lighter than the other, it might be more noticeable. But I agree, the average person is not going to know that these two colors are just a shade off, which is fine. That's good. That makes our lives easier as woodworkers. But we will know. All right, so these got to get glued up as blocks. I'm going to have to find, because this side is going to be up, obviously, so I need to find my face. I want the pretty sides out. And you know what? I kind of like that. And then this one. I think we're going to go this way. Now, does it look better that way? That'll likely get trimmed off. I don't know how deep that goes, but if I have to fill it, I can fill it. Okay, actually, I'm not mad at that. Now, over time, I think this is going to look awesome. As this cherry wood darkens and deepens in its red color, and that maple stays nice and bright white, I think this will turn into quite the contrasting piece of furniture. Now, this is just my blank, right? Everything's going to get milled down, it's going to get rounded over, it's going to get shaped, and eventually, here in about the center, there'll be a block of black walnut that we're going to mill that's going to continue the shape up to the upright, which is what we're going to glue up. But this is a lot of glue up, and I may have to run in the house and grab my gallon of glue so that I can refill. Yeah, I get that, Ricker. I get that. Listen, I do this every day. Little bit of real talk here, I guess, while we take a breather. I do this every day. I work my day job, and then I come out here and I work on orders or some kind of an inventory. And there's definitely days where I just don't want to. Motivation, it plummets. Everybody has those days. Motivation drops out. Or there's a project that I'm working on that just won't cooperate. It won't turn into. It won't. This portion won't look like my brain wants it to look, and I will struggle and struggle and struggle, and then at some point I'll give up, or I'll want to give up. And I have found that if I take a break, if I reach that point where it's just not working and I'm losing interest in doing the project, if I take a short break and do something small and easy, like a cutting board, right? Like my edge grain cutting boards, that literally, this is what it is, just over and over and over. These are the kind of mindless projects that I have down pat and I can do with my eyes closed. It gives me a mental break, and then I can usually see. I'll usually have an epiphany of sorts, and kind of go after it refreshed. Yeah, that's exactly it, Rickard. Yeah. Knock out something easy. At least that works for me. It'll reinvigorate me, and I'll want to work on everything else. And then some projects, I'll just put them to the side for a long time. I mean, it happens. Now, not if it's a customer project, but if it's a customer project, then it has to be done. There's usually a deadline, things like that. But okay, that has to be an outside. go that way. I actually kind of like how that turned out. Also, hi Janelle, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. I have found that I can't force. Sometimes you can force work, but you can't force creativity. You can't. Like if you're struggling, you sometimes you can trick yourself into being here for it. But you really can't force yourself to be creative, I guess, and can't. At least I can't. Some people might. They might be able to, but I can't. I have to trick myself into being creative when I hit those roadblocks and feeling kind of down. Don't want to be in the shop. You know, that kind of thing. Which, to be honest, the Saturday live, the typical Saturday lives that I do, and the Sunday lives that I'm not going to do today because this is going to be my Sunday live. The quick build or the project we build on Saturdays, whatever it is, those are kind of like a mental break for me. They're usually something small and easy. The Sundays I get to just sit down, chat with you guys. I'm still in the shop, you know, and it's a mental break. It helps it from being I have to be here, I have to get stuff done, to a little bit of a break to where you want to get stuff done. What kind of furniture do I make here? Today, well, this series of live streams, we're making a wooden bassinet. It's going to be a couple of weeks. I'm only going to build them on live stream. So it's going to be a couple of weeks worth of lives to get it done. Like yesterday, we got both end panels glued up, milled and glued up. We got our legs and feet. They're over here somewhere. We got our rails, we got our stiles. But I will build anything. Anything. There's nothing that I won't build. There's nothing that I can't build. There's just things that I can't build yet. Or I can't build well yet. I refuse to accept defeat in anything. Just I can't figure out how to do something if I don't force myself to try. Right? Saying I can't do this, I can't do that. That's the fastest way to make sure that you never are able to do any of that. Exactly, Murphy. Exactly. Classical window packets from the 90s. Let me write it down to look up later, because I don't know what you mean. But I will look it up, and I will build one. How about that? Or I will build several, because the first one will probably come out all wanky, all janky. Yeah, can't is a terrible. Can't is a terrible word. Can't is self-defeating. Classical wooden window packets. Hmm. From the 90s. I'll see what I can find. I make no promises that I can even find what exactly that you're talking about, but I'll give it a try. And thanks, Janelle. I am busy all the time. I try to stay busy. But it's a Russian thing that is used for bringing more light to rooms. But I don't know how they place them in the walls. I don't know either. I'm sure that I could make one once I figure out exactly what it is and get a good look at it. I'm 99.9% sure that I could make it or figure out how to make it. So I will look into it. It won't be a today thing. It won't be for the next couple of weeks thing. But we're going to do this project first, get this done, and then maybe we'll check that out. Seems like an interesting project, kind of unknown, at least to me. Rick, you were excited to do the table video. Not real sure what happened. A bunch of stress and drama that hit all at once. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I can definitely understand that, Ricker. I don't have like the magic words to fix anything, but I do know for me, I try to keep my shop as it's my getaway, right? Like I really enjoy being in the shop. Sometimes I don't enjoy the projects. Sometimes I absolutely do not enjoy the way things are going. But when I come out here, I really try to leave everything that is not wood shop related at the door. Just like when I go to bed, I try to leave all the bullshit from the day at the bedroom door. Right? When I come home from work, that bullshit stays at the door. Like once I leave work, I try to leave it. It's not a foolproof method, and I know it sounds kind of stupid, but it's something that I work on daily. Thus far, it seems to be doing pretty well. And as far as drama, I really try to avoid drama in every aspect of my life. Once in a while, though, I like to get petty. So there's that. Hey, Matthew, how you doing, bud? Appreciate you popping in, man. Yeah, get out there, do something do your bee traps, man. Get something simple. Yeah, Crosses, there is a lot of people out there that are phenomenal with their hands. And it seems the older generations were way better than even most of the current generation. Like I'm a woodworker by trade, right? It's my chosen thing to do. I'm trying to build a proper business with it. And I know that people like New Yankee Workshop, things like that, those kind of old school people, phenomenal leaps and bounds above anything I can do yet. But eventually, when people think of good woodworkers and masters of the craft, my name will be one of them. I will make, like, that is my life goal, is to make sure that when people think of woodworking and experts in the field, that my name is one of those greats. So, sitting around telling them, or sitting around saying you can't be as good as them, that's self-defeating. You gotta tell yourself you will be. It will happen. Make it happen. Hey, Runic, how you doing, bud? I appreciate you coming in, man. Now, there's a lot of stuff I can't do right now. Don't get me wrong. But, the things that I'm incapable of doing now are just things that I haven't perfected yet. All right, we're gonna do some glue ups here. I'm actually might have to run in the house and get my gallon of glue. Where's my broom? Because I don't think I have enough glue in my container to do this glue up, or these glue ups. Sweep up the pile of sawdust I got here. Just sweep it onto a pile underneath this table. Seems fine. At least I'm not walking in it. I used to, my shop floor when I was in my basement, I used to very rarely clean it. So that that floor would just be sawdust. You're walking on sawdust all the time. And it was great. It was nice and soft and comfortable and warm, but it was really inconvenient for moving anything around. And cleaning it up was such a drag. So much to clean up. What's up, Crazy? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming. Janelle, I feel like I missed something that you said. It's so good to keep a space like a refuge. Been hugely burned out lately. Yeah, I get that. I do. Like I was saying, I think that's something that everybody struggles with. And no matter what you do for fun or hobby or a job, I feel like burning out is a real thing. And I don't know how to not burn out. I really don't. But every time I feel burnt out, or I think that I'm going to be burnt out, like, I will generally just switch projects and do something simple, something mindless, like my cutting boards. They are so simple. I mean, I've made hundreds and hundreds of them. They are my things like that are my little refuge things, I guess. If that makes sense. Yeah, Runic, them things that you're making, that, let's see, you did that helmet, you did that skateboard deck. There was something else. Was it another skateboard deck? The black and white one? Or silver one? Yeah. Phenomenal work, man. Now that's that level of painting, airbrushing and stuff, that is something that I would love to have that talent, but it is a level of commitment that I simply don't have time for it anymore. I've got so many projects and hobbies and things that. But I love to watch somebody do it. Somebody who's a master of their craft. Watching them work, it's awesome. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Okay, so when we do, I'm going to run in a house before I start my glue ups because I don't want to run out of glue mid-glue up. So when I cut these to split them to put this filler in, it released stress in the wood. So you can see there's a little bow there. Now, because that's going to be hidden, right? I'm not going to see this glue joint. What I'm going to do is when I get this block glued up, I'm going to put clamps on it this way, and I'm going to shove those together. So that way, now I won't be able to see it, but I'm going to trust that my clamps are going to squeeze it back down. Why your live ended? Who's live? My live? Runik's live? Crazy's live? Janelle's live? Janelle, I haven't seen you go live in a while. Am I not getting notifications, or are you just doing it at 3 o'clock in the morning my time? Or have you been taking a break? Crazy, you're live right now? How are you live and talking to me? I guess if you had two different things. Yeah, I guess that would work. Anyway, so now the reason that I put this split in here was because I messed up when I got my board, so it was too narrow. So because there's going to be shaping going on here, I didn't want to put a strip on the outside, on one side, because I didn't want to run into that glue joint. Right, so I gave myself plenty of meat here that I can do my shaping and have that glue in the middle and still have the same boards, like the same board is on each side, so the coloring is going to look the same left to right. The only place you're going to see, let's see if I can mock this up real quick. The only place you're going to see that glue joint, if I can, oh, for the love of Pete. Dang. The only place you're going to see that glue joint will be at the very top. Now, that I may cover up with a piece of black walnut as a cap, so then you don't see the end, but you'll see. Whoop. You'll see the side. And I really think, like here on my screen, this all looks like the same. But in person, these are red. This is white. Back there might be a little better. Now, especially as that cherry darkens over time, I think this contrast is going to be phenomenal. I think. I hope. That's my... Because I know how cherry works, that's what I'm going for. So let's see. I got a piece of curly cherry. That is obviously going to be the outside, so that's going to be down. I have this notch here, and I can't guarantee that if I put that on the inside, I can't guarantee it's going to be at a spot that's going to get shaped. So I want to put this little split here, little blowout. I want that on the outside corner, so that way I can get rid of it with a round up or a round over or a 45, whatever I decide to do on all the straight corners, right? Yeah, it is pretty close, yeah. So I know that has to either be this way or this way. It cannot be that way. So we're going to go, and then these I don't want my burn marks out. Besides that, that side of the board doesn't look that great. This edge has a lot more curl to it. So we'll put that in. The middle piece doesn't matter, it's the same thickness, and you're not going to see anything of it anyway. It's only there as a space filler. There we have more heavy curl. So we're going to put that. Okay, and then this piece will slit right on top. We're going to make a big old sandwich. We're going to do that 4 times with 2 legs and 2 feet. And then later on, once I get the cradle portion actually built, we'll figure out our final dimensions, our length of our stretcher, and we will do another one with the stretcher out of curly cherry and curly maple, because that will be a large, long piece, and I want it to, like, I have the curly cherry right there. And if it's not thick enough, I'll go and get another piece, because my lumber yard has a ton of curly cherry. I will have to get another piece of maple, though, for that stretcher. So either way, I got to go to the lumber yard. But we're not there yet to where I need to worry about that, because I need to know my final dimensions first. My final dimensions is going to be these 2 plus the gap of space on each side of the cradle, plus the cradle, plus however much I have overhang out of here so I can put my pin in. Okay, which will probably be around 2 inches on each side. And then I'm going to cut the 2 notches, put the pin in, and we'll see how she looks. The pin will be, I don't know if I'm going to make the pin out of black walnut or maple. I think I'm going to make it out of maple, because maple is harder than black walnut. So we'll see. Hey Antics, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Anyway, let me run into the house and grab my glue, my gallon of glue, so that way I can fill up my bottle. And you guys just hang out for a minute. I don't know what you want to look at. Let's see, what do we have that you can look at? It's literally inside the back door, so I won't be long, unless my dog needs to go out, and then I'll be like 5 minutes. We'll just have you eyeball that, I guess. All right, I'll be right back, guys. And I'm back. I haven't seen Maya in a while either. Alright, so I need a boatload of clamps. Alright. Well, I really hope I have enough clamps to do this haul. Oh, let me grab up some clamps here, get them on the table. You know what we'll probably end up doing is I'm going to take those panel clamps out off those glue ups, because those don't need to be glued up anymore or clamped up anymore. And I'll probably use those clamps as well. Have a good day, Yancy. Thanks for coming in. Alright, let's do this first. Let's get these unclamped. That way I have access to all of those clamps. And I still got to figure out the layout for one more leg. Let's fold this up so we don't tear that. Get all these unclamped. Yeah, I'll probably end up using panel clamps as extra clamps. So I'm not even going to hang them up, I'm just going to put them over here. Yeah, I definitely gotta do some cleaning up on this thing, but that's what happens when you don't do maintenance to your stuff. Even clamps require maintenance. So one of the things I do is I'll run this piece up and down and I'll twist it and it'll peel off most of the glue that's stuck to the track if there's still waxed underneath. That makes cleanup a little easier, but then you have to think about it because the stuff that doesn't peel off, if you just leave it there, it keeps building up and building up and building up. I am going to have to grab more clamps. Harbor Freight clamps. Love them. Price per clamp really can't be beat. And an F clamp is an F clamp, let's be honest. They're strong enough. Now the longer ones are kind of weak. The bar is kind of weak. It does a lot of flex. But you know, for $5 or $6, it's not that bad. Well, I don't see any dye, any blue on my boards. So, remember yesterday I was telling you that people were telling me that the tape would bleed, the color of the tape would bleed. Has the dog made an appearance? No, he doesn't come out into the shop very often at all. He's blind, and he walks around by memory, and sometimes runs into things. So he hasn't been out here often enough to remember where things are, and I move things around all the time. But in the summer, when I've got the door open, he'll probably pop in and out of here on occasion. He likes to lay in the sun. But he is a Bassinet Border Collie mix. And he weighs around 100 pounds. He's a fat boy. But I thought I was going to lose him a couple of months ago. And so I don't make him diet or anything. Might as well enjoy his life, whatever bit of life he has left. Here a couple months ago, he had a stroke, and then he went blind in one eye, and the other eye soon followed. But he's my boy. He's definitely a chunker. Funny thing is, he never barked. Well, he would bark very rarely. Basenjis will baoo. They don't bark. And sometimes he would get going. He would get going real good, and he would let out one single bark, and it would scare him, and he would be quiet. But now, in his old age, I think he has figured out that he can make barking noises. The hair situation is beyond my imagination. He has very short, dense hair. He doesn't have the border collie hair. He's got the Basenji hair. I mean, he's black. He's black and white, but it's very dense. And he doesn't have the weird mullet that Basenjis have. I'm a little disappointed in that, but. My personal page, my Dan K account, the picture is me and him laying on the couch before he went blind. I could get him to look at the camera for a half a second. He's got a great big old nose. His head is, I'm not sure which dog, Border Collie or Basenji, but his head is more wedge-shaped. Like, he doesn't really have a neck. So he can back out of whatever collar you put him on if he tries hard enough. Woo. Rip my tape. That's all right. Here we go. 2 panels. Actually nice and flat. There'll be a lot less cleanup that needs to be done. But I gotta clean up the glue, obviously. But it's 2 panels done. I'm gonna put these both over here so they can sit vertically. Hopefully they don't warp. Yeah, I've never had the color bleed into anything either. What I'm imagining happened is people were using the absolute cheapest painter's tape they could find. And maybe that has color that bleeds. I'm not sure. Maybe it was some, whatever wood glue they were using. I don't know. I really don't. I do know that, like galvanized pipe, black pipe, when you're using pipe clamps, that you want to put something between the pipe and the work surface, like a piece of tape, because that stuff will stain the wood black. I know that. But I've never had it. I've never had the painter's tape bleed into it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Now I will use some really cheap tape on occasion, but most of my tape that I use to block glue and stuff is either packing tape or like name brand tape. What is this stuff? Like Scotch Blue. I can get packs of it for fairly cheap. So, all right, we got one more leg to figure out the layout of. Let's move you guys over here so you're not looking at my back. Oh, hey, there's my broom. No, that's kind of like in the chat. But I don't know. I don't have the like bendy neck thing on here. Maybe I should put the bendy neck thing on here. I don't even know where the bendy neck thing is. Huh. I don't know what I do with it. That's alright. It's annoying as hell anyway. The phone just falls down unless you have it like shaped like an S. My phone weighs too much. It's too heavy. I really don't know what I did with it though. The bendy neck thing does have its usefulness, but huh. I usually put it somewhere where I can get to it. But then I moved everything around and cleaned up. Well, it is what it is. I thought I had hung it up somewhere, but I guess not. In fact, I'm pretty sure I took it off yesterday before I went live. Yeah. Oh well. Focus. Not a chance. All day, every day. Yep. All right, so we need to figure out our layout for the last leg. So I want the prettiest sides out. All right, the sides that have the most character, we'll say. And I rather like this one. So we'll put this out. See how this one's going to go. Actually, I like that. So we'll put that on top. That's got quite a bit of character. I do want these to be the same way that I cut them apart, which is not that way. Not that way. That way? There we go. That way. So this one here, this one here. All right. There. And then that go on top there and be mushed. Right, like so. We got ourselves a cherry maple sandwich. We're going to make 4 of these. We got our 2 little ones, which I think we've already established how those are going to go. Yep, I believe so. So let's do up the little ones first. And then we'll use all of the clamps on the big ones. Make sure when I squeeze these I don't have anything crazy like a big chunk of snipe or something. Because there's nothing more disappointing than doing a glue up and then finding out that you missed where there was a big piece of snipe. Because then it got a gap. Or what's worse is if 2 boards have snipe and they're both facing together, then you got twice the gap. It's much, you got 1 board with no snipe, you just got this little gap. But if you got 2 of them, it can be a mess. Okay. With glue, put this on. That way. Doesn't rightly matter. Or yeah, it does. Yeah, we're going to glue that way. I need a paper towel. I did my little glue spreader that I got. By the way, these little door strips, the little weather strips, they're 36 inches long or whatever, that have that rubber piece. The glue just peels right off of that. Makes for a handy, like when you cut them down to size, if you use this style, it makes for a very handy spreader. And then you can just pop it off. We're under a freeze alert till the 8th. Man, that is rough. Fire up the forge. There you go. Fire the forge up. Get some heat in there. 'Cause your forge is in the same building that you paint, right? If I remember your layout, your wood shop is here, Then your forge is here, and then you have that big front section. I imagine that's where you paint that. Does your forge heat up your shop pretty good? I mean, I would imagine. Big old fire. I'm just scraping the glue off the corners so that... Not at all? Oh, exposed. All right. That's fair. That's fair. All right. I just wanted to make sure there was no chunks of anything that was going to fall off and get stuck in my glue. Last thing I really want is something that's going to hinder the joint. All right, you get something in there that's going to hold it apart just enough to be annoying later. Hey, Justin, how you doing, buddy? We're just doing some glue up on the legs and feet for the bassinet here. Ugh. Also, I really love that people will say, never do swirls with your glue. Never do swirls. And then they'll immediately roll it out. It doesn't matter what shape you do with your glue if you're going to roll it or smooth it or spread it, whatever. Do whatever shape you want. You can do little stars even if you want. The only time having swirls of glue is going to affect you is if you're not spreading that glue out. Now, like I said, I use a lot of glue because I would rather have wasted glue than a bad glue joint. Make sure I got glue from edge to edge. I know the glue will push out and it'll be fine. Like it'll go to the edges, but just in case it doesn't, there's always that chance that it doesn't. All right, put this on here. Now, obviously, these things will get milled. So everything doesn't have to be perfect, like perfectly aligned. But the more aligned it is, the less you'll have to cut down. Or doing thin laminations. Yeah. Yeah, that's also true. I don't do thin work very often, so it's usually not something that I think about. But that is definitely something to keep in mind. Now, they say you can put salt in the joint to stop it from sliding, because what we've essentially done is add a lubricant between these two boards, or three boards. I don't do that. I don't ever cut my cut my stuff down to the absolute final size. I feel like that's silly. Why would you do that? We are going to flip this over, make a mess on our plastic. Kind of gently square that up. Excuse me, give her a little squeeze. And we're just going to work our way up. You'll notice I'm not using a board between my clamp and my finished piece because this isn't the final dimension. It's going to be worked. It's going to go through the jointer. It's going to make a trip through the planer. It's going to be a nice square piece. And then it's going to get shaped into something that is not a square. We just want some nice tight glue joints. We don't want to squeeze out all that glue we put in there. But we do need pressure. All right, so I got a metric fuck ton of squeeze out here. All right, there's a proper measurement. We're just going to scrape some of this off right onto our plastic. The hell with it. That's why it's disposable. I don't usually scrape off everything during my glue ups because I'm going to mill it, but I'm going to scrape it afterwards. But this way it at least gives me a little less work. Like, I'm not going to waste my time trying to scrape all that off. All right, there's foot number 1, and it looks like we've got good clamping. Right, we got a nice joint down through here. Our ends are together. We're fairly flat. I'm going to set this aside somewhere. You know what I should do? Is I should take a piece of plastic, lay it on like that trash can or something. A piece of paper. That'd probably work too. Then I can just lay my stuff over there for now. Oh, hey, I found my bendy neck thing. Found it. Stupid bendy neck thing. There we go. Just one piece. The old MFT. Alright, let's get that spread out a little bit. I could definitely do with less glue, but Like I say, glue's cheap. A bad glue joint is not. Bad glue joints cost me time and money. A gallon of Type Bond 3 cost me about $35. Sometimes cheaper. If I can get it on sale or through a some kind of a discount on like Amazon or something. But I usually just go to Lowe's and buy it there. Once in a while it'll be on sale. Alright, push that down, get that good. Get the next set going. Now, a nifty trick if you're doing, like lamination work, is get yourself a vacuum bag, and you can get a vacuum pump. You can buy them at Harbor Freight. It doesn't have to be anything that's ridiculous. Like, it doesn't have to be super powered. But you can get a vacuum bag, or a very heavy trash bag will work too, like one of the really thick ones. It just becomes really difficult to keep that vacuum there. But you put your workpiece in that vacuum bag, put a vacuum to it, and it sucks everything flat. Like I said, in a pinch, I've used a vacuum, or I've used a trash bag. It's not the best thing to do. You gotta put I usually will put two boards, clamp them together on the end of the open end of the bag, and roll it. So that way it provides a little bit of a seal. And then usually I'll just keep the vacuum pump on. It's probably not good for the pump, but that. Squeeze down. Knock the fingers off. My finger's right in the glue. Let's close this. Let's get some clamps on it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 clamps is about all we really need on this. But vacuum bags aren't that expensive, and they are very thick. Let's keep these kind of straight here. I want that to be down in the middle of my board. Where are you pushing up? Okay, we got another one on here. Loosen all these up a little bit. These pieces pushed down where they belong. Oh goodness, so much glue. This one being difficult. It's not. It's sliding around too much. Give me 1 second here. this. There we go. That's better. Yeah. Didn't stay perfectly flat, but that's okay. I have built in some room. There we go. There is the other block. And I got glue all over my clamps. That's all right. And that one up here. And we'll throw this plastic away and get a new sheet. Because this plastic is cheap. And it's a good thing I got my glue, because I don't think I have enough in there to glue up one of those leg pieces. Alan, how you doing, buddy? I'm sure I don't have glue all on my finger. A dab of glue. We're now for visiting the kids yesterday. Nice. That's a good worn out. Now, if you guys are particularly cost conscious, you can use this plastic. Like I got this plastic tablecloth stuff for like picnic tables. It's super thin. It comes in a 300-foot roll, and I use it, well, as often as I remember I have it. Sometimes I'll forget, but once you let the glue dry, if you don't destroy, I'm just going to pick the glue off my fingers real quick before I get started on the other ones. If you don't destroy it and like tear it up, once the glue dries, you give it a good shake, and most of that glue will pop right off. Or you can go through and just pop them off. They'll pop right off. The glue won't stick to that. Like, it won't bond to it. So if you're particularly cost conscious, you can reuse it, I suppose. I still have probably better than half the roll there. And I've had that roll for years. Well, probably 3 years now. Now, I also will put it on my table, obviously not this one, but I'll also put it on my table when I need to paint things, and I don't want paint to get down. It's an excellent drop cloth. That I got from Sam's Club. But I know they have it at like Walmart and stuff. Probably even places like you can get the individual plastic ones from like, I don't know, any store in their little picnic section. But I wanted a big roll of it because it makes more sense. And but this is just Members Mark, right? Members Mark, bright white plastic, 40 by 300 feet, 40 inches by 300 feet. For restaurant and catering uses, embossed polyethylene. So nothing will stick to it. Yeah, by the roll is definitely handy when you're using a bunch of it. And then you don't have to worry about You know, spreading out that big mat, cutting it down. Storage is simple. Now, if you have like an 8-foot workbench, you know, and you get an 8-foot plastic drop cloth or a 6-foot bench and you got an 8-foot drop cloth, you know, then it might make sense to just have one by the piece. You just lay down a piece and off you go. But the roll is super convenient. I'd imagine that at the end of summer, all those little plastic disposable tablecloth things will generally always go on sale. I don't know. I haven't really paid attention because I got that roll. Yeah, it's handy for a lot of stuff. If you don't want to make a mess, use that stuff. Now, it's fragile. It's super thin. So you'll tear it. Like if you put something on here and on your workbench and you like turn it around and stuff, odds are you'll tear the plastic. But I want to say, I don't even know how much that cost me, to be honest. It was so long ago that I can't even give you an estimate. But it wasn't that much. I'll say it was probably somewhere around $20 or $30. Yeah, it's super useful. It is super useful. And I like it better than the paper, even. Because the paper costs more. Like, I mean, the little sheets that I have up there. Even the craft paper, the rolls of paper, even I think that even costs more. And you don't get 300 feet of it. What's up, Michael? How you doing, buddy? So much glue. Just trying to peel off the majority of it real quick before I go smearing more glue. You know, I got a box of gloves over there that I could have worn, but I didn't. So here we are. Yeah, this stuff and a razor knife. That's all I really need. There we go. Quick, simple, easy. And it really works out because 40 inches wide. Now that's apparently about as wide as this little chintzy countertop is that I slapped on here. Liquid gloves, silicone barrier cream. I have not. I didn't even know about it. That bench top made a countertop? Yeah, Robert. This is an old countertop. This one and that one that the planer's sitting on. It was at a buddy's house, and they were hauling it out, and I was like, well, hell, I can use that for cheap little work surface, right? And I don't care what happens to it because it's just a countertop. So I just screwed it down to a wood frame and off I go. I have a longer piece, but there was a sink between the two pieces. And I was like, yeah, just cut that out. I don't want that shit. Like, I'll take these bits, but the other bit with the hole in it, you can throw in your burn pit. Upcycle redneck fabrication. Hell yeah. Now, this stuff will end up going in my burn pit, I'm sure, once I get my proper assembly table built, which will be, I think it will be the next shop project after this project is done. I'm going to build a 6-foot long table, and we're going to go 2 feet wide, 2 feet deep, and We're going to take the other 2 feet, and it's going to be on a hinge that can drop down. So I can pull it up, put in stoppers, and have an 8-foot wide sheet or table. Or if I only need the 2-foot wide table, I can leave it down. And then I can push it over against the wall so I can still back my truck in here to unload lumber against the back wall, if need be. Butcher block countertop? Hell yeah. That's one nice workbench. Grab some sawdust. Clean some of this glue off my hands. Now the only thing, so when I build my workbench, is I want the permanent mounted piece to the frame. I think I want to make that a torsion box so that I can make sure it stays flat. I don't have to worry about it. But I'm not positive that I'm going to do that. I may just brace it underneath, run enough pieces underneath it won't wobble or bow. Oh, it was until you cut into it with a jigsaw? Yeah. I mean, that happens. that happens. All right. So, this one is going to be a little bit more complicated because now I have 3 pieces for the inside bit. So I'll have to glue those ends together as well as glue both spaces to clamp these together. So let me get some clamps ready. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to glue these up on this, right? They're going to be glued up this way. So these can clamp it down, and then I can use the other clamps this way to squeeze these maple pieces together. I think that is probably the more intelligent way to do this. Since I'm since I'm running out of clamps, I only got 8 clamps left. I got 10 clamps left. Like proper F clamps. I gotta get more. Alright, so let's do this. Let's get some of these set up. How am I going to do this? You know what? We can do it this way. That isn't going to hurt anything. So I'll put probably 4 of these on the bottom and 4 of them on the floor. We'll just space them up like this. And I'm going to cover them in glue. That's okay. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. I think that'll work out fine. Never enough clamps. Want to make a hand tool bench with built-in moccasin vise? Oh, that'd be nice. That'd be real nice. So I gotta refill my glue because only got about that much left in there. I mean, to be fair, I was only about there. Let me refill my glue up. So I had an old timer tell me, and I don't know if this has anything to do with anything, but I had an old timer tell me that when you buy gallons of glue, right? So you're using it as a refill, usually. You're not usually using a whole gallon at a time, but you know your glue level will start to drop. Well, that puts air in here, and which air and glue means that it's going to start to dry. But if you turn it upside down, now your air's up here. So the glue at the where you're opening it isn't drying. So I store all my gallon jugs and stuff upside down. In fact, I mean, you can see that there's, I don't know if you can see it. You can see there's a coloration difference. Like, that's darker than down here. My guess is that's drier glue. Like, I've been storing them upside down, and like I haven't had any issues. But then again, I've never had any issues storing them upright. So those countertops are great, easy to find. People giving them away on Marketplace. Yeah, really easy. It's super convenient. I mean, when you can upcycle stuff like this, and it gives you a good work surface, right? If you're doing smaller stuff anyway, like this. I'm not doing anything crazy. I wish it was a little bigger, or at least didn't have the vertical piece on the back. Which, I mean, I could cut that off. I just never do. But yeah, it's super convenient, and like you said, cheap or free. The countertops that I'm gonna put on my cabinetry on the sides, I'm probably just gonna buy them off of Marketplace or get them free off of Marketplace. There is a local guy nearby. I don't know if it's a guy or a company. I see him on Marketplace all the time. He'll sell cabinet or countertops, like butcher block countertops, and formica and all kinds of stuff. They're usually ones that, you know, maybe it got dropped and the corners messed up. But you can get a 6-foot countertop for $50, which is way cheap. Like I can't argue with that. I don't think I could build one for $50. Not one of the butcher block ones, anyway. This would be one of the times where I wish I had a roller. Why am I doing little lines? Probably enough glue to start. We'll start spreading this out a little bit. Like I say, glue's cheap. A bad glue joint is not. So if you're really cost conscious, and trying to make sure you don't short yourself on things like glue, then don't build things the way I build them. I did not get another paper towel. And I got new jeans on, so I don't want to wipe my hands on my jeans. By new, I mean ones that don't have wood glue on them yet. Okay, that should stop that glue from kind of running off the side. I will look at chat here in a few minutes once I get this piece clamped up. There we go. Get some more glue on here. Meow, 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 meow. The last thing I want to do is be milling this and run across the spot where I did not glue properly. Now, I mean, you can fix it, but fixing something that shouldn't have happened in the first place is kind of annoying. Oh. Glue. Glue runs downhill, just in case anyone was wondering. Now, I have used things like foam paint rollers to roll glue out because I just haven't bought a silicone roller yet. Why? I have no idea. Just haven't done it. Okay. Get that down. Start clamping that. This is improvising with your clamps. Now, we're going to take this, we're going to push these boards together. All that glue oozing out the end there. I don't think that I really need 4 clamps across the top of this. Boy, I'm drooling out glue. So what I'm gonna do is this. Then what we do is take a couple of these, squeeze that down. And we'll squeeze this down. That's a lot of clamps, but it is what it is. I think that if I clean up some of this glue here, I will see that we've got a nice tight edge there in the middle. Boy, that's a hell of a mess. I'm just cleaning up some of this glue because there's a lot that pushed out the top. And I want to check my joint, make sure that we're good. Like, I'm a firm believer in that there is no such thing as too much glue. There's wasted glue, sure. But the glue joint can only hold so much glue. You're not going to have more glue in there than the joint can hold. Well, that'll be a lot of work to clean that up, but it's all right. Look at this pile of glue. Pile of glue that oozed out the end here. It's on both ends. Like, it's still oozing. But Santorian, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in. Put wax paper on the clamps. It helps keep the glue out of the recesses. Yeah, that's true. Excuse me. Also, if you wax it, the glue will pop right off. I haven't waxed mine in quite a while. Yeah. Man, glue's cheap. I know that every bit of this joint is glued up proper. Like I said, $35 a gallon. If I used a gallon on every project, I'd be okay with it. Because then I know there is no voids in there. Now, the more the more cost-conscious people out there will probably disagree with me, but $35 a gallon is cheap insurance. I've always believed that, and I don't think I'll ever change my mind. How close can you get to not enough? Barely covering it. All you need to get a good glue joint is cover the surface with glue, and when you clamp it, you want a little bit of squeeze out. Waste not, want moan. Heavily triggered. If it makes you feel better, I got 4 gallons of glue in the house that haven't even been opened yet. I buy a lot of glue. You should see me on my cutting boards. When I'm out here, let's see, what was the last batch of cutting boards I did? Like 40 of them? 60 of them? I think it was like 40 of them. I went through 2 gallons of glue. With a wee bit of squeeze out. Yeah, it is a thing of beauty. But I know that there is no dry spots in that glue up. I don't know. It's just how I've always been. More glue is cheap security. Or cheap insurance, I guess. Having it squeeze out is preferable to not having enough. I tell you what, on the next one, I'll try to do a super thin. I'll try to do less glue. I'm down here. I'm just using sawdust to clean this. Scrape it up, put it back in the container. No. I go through a lot of glue. Like I say, glue's cheap. Glue's cheap. A bad glue joint is not. Though I should probably buy stock in Tight Bond. Alright. That was a lot of bullshit clamps going on there. Do I have enough to do it again? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Alright. Let's get this put over here on the floor. So there's not even that much glue on my mat. Alright. Deep breaths. It'll be okay. There. Does that make you feel better if I turn this around and I reuse the other half of it that doesn't have glue on it? Hey, Vineyard, how you doing, buddy? Lose your mind trying to put it back in the bottle. Look at this. Look at fresh piece of plastic here. The glue's only on that end, so we're good now, right? I really hope I got enough. I'm missing 6 of these clamps. No, 6 of these clamps. They're broken. I got a little too overzealous trying to force a gap closed on a project, and I blew out the ends. Not these ones, but the Harbor Freight ones. I pulled the pins right out of the aluminum. Don't force gaps closed. The 2 glue bottle tops blow off squirt glue everywhere. Oh man, that's old. I don't mean to laugh, but man. All right, am I going to have enough to do this? Before I glue it up and go, fuck, I'm out of clamps. Yeah, I'll just use some of the ones that are 36 inches long. It'll be fine. Just the right amount of anything. Not me. Not me. I'm a to hell with it, send it kind of person. What was that? YOLO? Is that what the kids say? Alright, let me make sure I don't have any glue where my clamps are going to be. Because nothing like trying to dig that junk out in the middle of a glue up. That's going to be this row. That is not the knife I want to use for this. So, that row. Alexa, what are my notifications?
Good afternoon, Dan. One new notification. For Dan, from Amazon Shopping. There's a low price offer from your safe.
Alexa, clear my notifications. I don't care about the low price offer. What I care about is my delivery. So these red clamps I got from a cabinet shop that was going out of business. And I went and bought a bunch of their stuff. And they didn't believe in waxing their clamps. They just took a flapper wheel on the sander or grinder and sanded the glue off. So these notches, particularly up here, are super shallow. So hopefully they don't. Hopefully they'll seep. Put glue and garlic powder. Hell yeah. That's what I'm saying, Ricker. And cheese, yeah. Never have enough cheese. Macaroni and cheese is never too cheesy. Well, I don't know. If I'm eating a spoonful of cheese and I got one noodle in it, then maybe that's a little too much cheese, but maybe that's just enough cheese. I ordered some stuff for the shop, and it said delivery tomorrow, which would be today. One of which is a Wen sander. It's got the belt sander and then the 6-inch disc on the side. I had a Harbor Freight one, but it burned up. I was using it to sharpen my lawnmower blades, and I burned that motor right up. Of course, it was a Harbor Freight one, so, but I had it for a long time. So I ordered a Wen one, same exact thing. That's too much noodle. Baked cheese is a viable meal. Hey, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Too much noodle. I like it. Always add more cheese. Like those people that they'll add cheese on top of their baked mac and cheese, like, you know, like it's like Parmesan cheese on top of spaghetti or whatever. They put it on their plate and they'll just keep putting cheese on the top. That is all I have stuck in my head right now. All right, let's see if we can make Janelle happy in only use just enough wood glue. I didn't even use that much wood glue. Okay, so all of that glue that you saw, right? This bottle was full. I'm down to here. That's it. That's all the wood glue that I used. This much. I had it full up to about here. So really wasn't that much. It was only like, this is a 16-ounce container. How many ounces is that? You're just above half. So it'd be less than 8. Hey, John C. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in, man. Yeah, so I've got a couple 36-inch clamps. I got a couple 24-inch clamps. And some 12-inch. So I should be fine. Four, 5, 6. It'll be fine. I'll be all right. I just won't have 2 more of these to put on the top. I'll put the 36-inch clamps on the top to squeeze the top edge. All right. You know what? I have a roller around here somewhere. I could roll it out super thin. Oh, maybe I don't have a roller around here somewhere. Well, I'm gonna grab a paper towel. It's probably too much. Janelle's going to be triggered. trying here, Janelle. I'm trying. Fighting the urge to add more glue to cover up all these bare spots. Just spreading it out more. Trying to get a relatively even coat here. I'm going to write on the end of this one. Janelle made me put less glue on this one, so if I run into a void, I know who to blame. Well, since I got less glue, let's keep that upright for now. It doesn't all run off. Oh man, that's gonna squeeze out so much. Sorry, Janelle. That one got a lot more glue on it than I expected. I'm sorry! Okay. Got some glue out here, squeeze out here. I'm doing good. Doing good. Oh. Threw the dry side in the glue. Look where I put my fingers. I'll look at chat here in a second, guys. Let me get this glued up. Sorry, Janelle, I gotta add a little more here. I hope you know, Janelle, I'm just gonna tease you for a while now. Every time I put glue on something, I'm going to be like, well, Janelle wouldn't like that. It's going to make her unhappy. Nothing bad. I still think I got a little too much on there. I'm going to have a good amount of squeeze out, but squeeze out, Janelle. I used too much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Although I got my clamps going all different directions. That's stupid. I should have put them all on the same way. Just turn all my clamps around. Okay. Almost ready to put 50 screws all together. While we were talking about this. All right. Do have quite a bit of squeeze out of the top. So here's the thing. On this one, my center boards bowed when I cut them. They bowed outward. Well, the center bowed up. So when I was putting glue into the center of it, on top of the maple, the glue filled that gap. And then I clamped from the bottom, pushing that glue up. Once I squeezed out that bow with these two orange clamps here, So that's a good portion of this glue here was me not realizing that there was a bunch of glue that fell down into that gap down there. But I tried to use less glue. Can't even get in there. That's why I've got a puddle of glue here in the center, because that's where the bow was that I pushed down with these clamps. But I only got a little puddle on each end. So there's that. That is covered in glue. Tell you what though, after this glue up, I am definitely going to have to clean these clamps. All of my clamps now need to be cleaned. So, that'll probably be tomorrow when I clean all these clamps up. Hey, have a good one, Runic. Thanks for hanging out with me, bud. Appreciate you. When he saves in glue, he loses in time. The Glue Master playlist. I'm gonna be scarred for life. Hey Turner, how you doing, bud? More cowbell, more glue. Add a bottle of glue. More syrup than pancakes? Oh, always. Not enough, need more. Yeah, Vineyard. I know there's a bunch of different shades of glue you can get. In fact, Type Bond 1, 2, and 3 all dry to different colors. I find Type Bond 3, which is what I use, is more of a darker glue. When it dries up, it's kind of a darker brown. Well, right there's some right there. It's a darker brown. Now on cherry. There's a bigger spot right there. On cherry, that won't be such a big deal. On maple, it's a problem. If you have an open glue joint. But thus far, knock on wood, I have not had any issues with my glue. Now, when I'm using something like I'm doing a lot of light colored woods, I'll switch to one of the other Type Bonds. And yeah, Runic was right. They do have a dark one. Don't get that fancy. All right, let's see. Well, don't skimp. That's just as bad. Yeah, John, I have a lot of those acid brushes. I'll use those a lot of the time if I'm doing smaller stuff. You got Spinnerbait Factory going on, Turner? Hell yeah. Hey, Jez Jersey, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Gloves on a bottle, comes in a blue container. Walgreens carries it. Huh. I'll look into that. I mean, the glue peels off really easily. You just takes a little time. I mean, rubbing your hands on sawdust is abrasive enough that you'll peel most of it off. I do kind of like the feeling of peeling the glue off, though, because I don't know. It's kind of, I'm one of those weird people that likes to peel sunburn. Like, I don't like to have sunburn, but I like the weird feeling of it when you're peeling it off. That's the kind of the same thing as with the glue. Dropout spray worth of $20. Is that what you needed to use for that stone mold? I got most of it off. I get glue on the back of my hand. What was I doing? I don't know if it works on that. I have this stuff called, it's a release spray. I use it sometimes when I'm doing epoxy stuff and I don't want it to stick to stuff. Either that or a piece of packing tape, that works too. I wonder if that would work with the stone molds. I got my release spray at Hobby Lobby. I don't like to use it with epoxy terribly often because if you need it to be like a real flush joint, that edge of the epoxy is going to have like an oil stain to it. Good sources for wood variety in Erie. If you look in Mill Village, there is the lumber yard that I use most often, but you get mostly domestic wood, maple, walnut, poplar, oak, red oak, white oak, cherry. If you're looking for more exotic woods, there is a place in Erie. It's got a green and white building. Can't remember the name offhand. They will sometimes have exotic woods. That's where I buy plywood most of the time because they're much cheaper than Lowe's and Home Depot. And you get better quality stuff. They're like a cabinet supply shop. Or cabinet maker supply shop. There's a place in Mill Village called... Let's see if I got them on my receipt here. Called Shetler Lumber. Oh, it says they're in Waterford. They're right in Mill Village. They actually have a website. Yeah, it's Shetler Lumber. That's how they spell it. I know it's backwards for you guys. Here, hang on. Try to not show any of the other stuff. There. I don't know if you can read any of that, but that's where I go for most of my lumber. And I get a good price on my stuff from them. Now, sometimes it takes them a little while to make the order, you know, because they do have other stuff that they do. But, you know, they don't just supply one person. And they're open on Saturday mornings. They're open until noon, which is super handy. There is another lumber yard up the road here. I can't remember the name of them. I only used them once, but they're not open on weekends. Oh, they have this awesome rack where they'll put like project pieces. A lot of that stuff on that shelf there came from that rack. It's just a big lumber rack, right? Like a U-shaped rack. And you'll get pieces in there that are just like cut-offs from other stuff. And there you go, like 10 of them for 20 bucks. You just pick 10 out. And then they have other racks, like right by the door when you go in, there's this wall here on your right. And the top two shelves, the pieces of lumber that are in there are like $4 or $3. I got something in my eye. And then the next two shelves down or anything leaning against it is like $6. And you can get some nice chunky wood. And then they got wood everywhere else. It's usually labeled with whatever the price is. Or you can custom order stuff from them. Like if you want a slab that's, 2 inches thick, you can order a chunk from them that's 2 inches thick. And then do whatever you want with it. But like when I order cherry, I have to wait until they're milling cherry to get it. Because obviously they're milling a ton of other stuff. So they're not going to stop doing that just to do, 50 board feet of cherry for me. So it usually takes 2 or 3 weeks. If they have to dry it, it'll take a couple of weeks longer. But yeah, definitely let me know. Let me know. We'll hook up and I'll show you my lumber mill, and not my mill, but the mill I use. They just started this thing with hit or miss black walnut. I think what happened is they had a tree or they had a log that wasn't ideal for making boards out of. And so they cut it up into chunks. Like, I don't know, I picked up one of them. They're about 4 feet long. And I mean, some of them are gross, but a lot of them have a lot of good character and stuff on them if you are going to cut smaller bits out of them. They called it hit or miss black walnut. All right, so let me get this stuck over. Scrape that glue off the face. We got this stuck over here on the floor so I can drip glue all over my floor. Oh, a lot of clamps. All right, get this stuff cleaned up. Wipe the glue off my bottle because I need another paper towel. Yeah, let me know. I can skip going live in the morning to on a Saturday morning to meet up with you. feels weird because it's full of like glue. So gross. So gross. But there we go. There is legs and feet glued up. Now, I'm going to take a few minutes, clean some stuff up here. There, let's get you guys back up to a normal height. Yeah, it could go live while we're hanging out. Why not? Oh, that was because I messed up when I got my lumber. I got a board that was too thin. You're talking about having the 3 pieces in there instead of just one sandwich in it. So I didn't want to run into a glue line when I was shaping the board. So I cut my board, split it so that I had more meat, and then put a filler strip in the middle. Because I didn't want to delay until I went and picked up a piece of maple that was the proper size. I think it'll work out okay. I hope. I mean, I've done it before. I haven't had any issues, so. All right, one of my feet on one of my clamps came off and was like all folded over. I had to. I don't know why it's sliding so much. There we go. Fix that. Now, on your clamp, you've got the round part. No design feature. I just wanted the maple in there for the contrast, and I wanted to bulk up the leg, the upright. So that's a simple way to bulk it up and give me a contrast to tie the maple in with the maple that will be down the sides of the like cradle portion. And then we're going to make up some black walnut. We need about 3/8 inch slices. So what I may do is I may just rip my 3/4 inch boards. Am I going to have enough to do that? Probably. No. Alright. Are these 3/4? Yeah. Alright. That's fine. So I'm going to end up resawing my 3/4 inch black walnut down to, I'll probably just slice a 1/4 inch off of it. Or I could say the hell with it and just run it through the planer. And just thin it down to 3/8 of an inch. It'd be a lot quicker. I'm going to lose a 1/4 inch of material. Or more than a 1/4 inch. I'm going to lose 3/8 of material. But I've got plenty of black walnut up there. I've got way more than enough for this project. I don't like to be wasteful, but I can't think of anything that I really need some resawn 1/4 inch thick pieces of black walnut for. Alternately, I don't have to make the whole panel 3/8 of an inch thick. I just need to make the bottom, the top, and one edge 3/8 of an inch thick. So I could run it through the planer. Did I just white glue on my face? I'm gonna look at. Sorry, guys. No. All right. I thought I just wiped glue on my mustache. I'd have been really unhappy. I could make it a 1/2 inch thick. Run it through the planer. Work it down to 1/2 inch. Create a little dado. It'll give me a little step down from the 3/4 inch material. So there would be a line. Like there'll be depth to it. And there'll be a little overhang. So if that dado, that 3/8 dado, is a little wonky or I have a little bit of tear out, I don't have to worry about it as much because the black walnut would then cover it. I might do that. I'm going to think about it a little bit, but I might do that. But I did set the saw up for resawing. Now I kind of just want to resaw something to resaw it. Also, Janelle, I think I used almost as much glue as I did the first time. Sorry. Because now it's down here. So it was, what, about up here? Give or take. I sit there, wait for the phone to charge. There you go. Hi, Steph. Thank you. I grew it myself. It's all dry and scraggly. I gotta oil it and brush it, but sneak them into a cutting block. I can do that. But so I'm dead set on the 3/8 inch thickness. That has to be the thickness of the dado. If I go any thinner, for the panels, then I will run into issues where it might crack and break easier because they're going to be going, the grain of it is going to be vertical. So right through under your workbench. Oh man, that is rough. That is rough. I couldn't see what that face was you made there, Janelle. Just a little smiley face. I haven't seen that one in a long time. At least the power tool survived. And you didn't have a finished product, or almost finished product, sitting on the bench, right? That was one of the drawbacks to when my shop was in the basement. The part of the basement that my shop was in, directly above it, is one bathroom and the laundry room, and the other half is the back door, where, you know, when you're traipsing in and out, with your snow-covered boots. If you're not paying attention and cleaning up after yourself, that water would soak into the floor. Or when the bathtub started leaking at one time, that was a good time. The drain pipe was loose. It didn't leak unless you filled up the tub. Thankfully, they were on the drying table. That's a good thing. So I may waste a bunch of black walnut. I don't like to, because black walnut's pricey. But I may waste a bunch of black walnut and just plane it down. I mean, it'd be, I say waste a bunch. I'm talking like 1/8 of an inch off of both sides. So it's not really that much. Turns out odds are pretty good. Yeah. Now, what I do need to do is I need to make sure that I didn't use my 8/4 blocks. Nope, I got them. They're here. All right, good deal. You know what? So, I was telling you guys that the lumber rack or the lumber store, they got this rack, right? When I get stuff like this out of that rack, this is a piece of flooring or something that they had made out of black walnut. And this was an offcut, probably because of that. But it's got tongue and groove on it already, and the bottom has these weird. I don't know why they do this on the bottom. I've never figured it out. I never really paid much attention to it in the first place. But I got a bunch of these. I could run these through the planer. They only need to be 10-ish inches. I might do that. I might use some of these little scrap pieces. Send these through the planer, then I'm wasting even less black walnut. A box of party plastic. Or someone needs to put the mop in a different place. Yep. And this stuff isn't bad looking. How many pieces do I have of this? I picked up most of the stuff they had. I have enough usable. It's tongue and groove, so. I don't remember why I was like, oh man, I need to have this. But look at that. Got a little panel. I don't know why I put it together. The two of them slid together. And I was like, well, I guess that's what we're doing now. And I just kept with it. It felt like the workbench were cleaner. Your new job as a floor mopper. Anyway, so I was looking to see if I have enough. Where'd my tape measure go? Here it is. If I'm not mistaken, I only need 4 inches wide. Yeah. 4 inches wide. It's already got a 1/4 inch tongue on it. Then I need what? I need 2 pieces per panel. And I need 3 panels. I could use some of this stuff for that. And then I just put a 1/4 inch groove in here. Put a 1/4 inch groove in here to fit that. Because here is basically how it will look. That's the basic look of the sides, okay? Now, there's a lot more mill work that needs to go and get done, but do I need my phone plugged in? No, good lord. All right, so this is the basic look that we're going for. There's going to be a cutout here, right, in the middle of each panel. But that'll be the basic look. So I could probably use these little pieces up. Like I said, they've already got a 1/4 inch tongue on them. I could do a 1/4 inch groove on each side. And then that tongue will fit in there. I don't know if that piece or that piece is long enough, but that'll be the general idea of the side panels. How long do I need? You need to be 10 3/4 plus my groove. Oh, those are long enough. 14, 12 3/4. I'm only looking at needing what 11 1/4, 11 1/2. Could make the sides a little taller, even go to overall length of 12 inches. If I went with this, using this stuff, but that would only be one side. That's literally, I still need to do the other side. But and that's less stuff that then I would have to less 3/4 inch that I'd have to waste in the I don't know if I like that though. So here's what I had bought this, I don't know, 10-foot long piece of black walnut because make sure I don't have my measurements wrong. Yeah. So the idea is to do this. Wow, those are fucking tight. God bless it. Ooh. All right, so a board goes this way, right? The grain of the board goes along with the board. So if I take my board and I cut my pieces out of it this way, so the grain goes left to right instead of up and down, then I can have a grain match across the whole side and the other side. The grain will flow. All right, that's the idea. So, well, I could use scrap for this and make something, kind of cool. I don't think we're gonna do that. I think we're just we'll use this for something else. Will that work for the bottom? I don't think it'll be big enough for the bottom. Let me see. It might be big enough. Man, that'd be a kind of cool use of it. Let's see. I don't know if I have the width. .33 by 12. I don't think I have any. I might have the width, but I don't think I have the length. I mean, I could make a piece to add to it. No, I'm about 2 inches short. Two inches short. I could make a piece instead of putting a piece of plywood on the bottom. Could just, you know what I can do? I know they have more of this on that rack. I got to swing at the lumber yard anyway. All I need to do is grab one more piece. I could do that. Why not? I was just going to put a 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch piece of plywood on the bottom, but why not? This is definitely strong enough to be, maybe not this piece, but put that on an end so I can cut that off. That's not a bad idea, Janelle. Why not? I mean, nobody's ever going to see it until they pull the mattress out of it, but why not? You're going to build fine furniture, you might as well make it expensive looking, right? And I say expensive looking because that stuff is, 10 for $20, those little cut-off pieces. That's not a bad idea. Thanks, Janelle. I'll still run them through the planer to get rid of that groove stuff they have on the bottom, and flatten the top up. But that'd be I don't know, maybe 1/8 of an inch on the bottom, and then a 1/16 of an inch off the top. I think it'll be fine. It's 3/4 of an inch thick. It should be plenty of fun. Plenty of fun. Yeah, so that's what Shetler Lumber does. Is they do a lot of flooring and trim. And they're phenomenal on it. I mean, just on those On those scrap pieces, the joints are amazing. Which, I mean, I know what they do. They have two shapers, or they have one shaper. They feed the board through. One side cuts a tongue. Excuse me. One side cuts a groove. But I'm gonna be right back in just a second. I need to go up and check my delivery. So give me just 1 second, guys. We'll let you look at my fancy mess back here. Sorry, it wasn't my delivery. Just somebody at my front door, and then the dog had to go to the bathroom. So, all right, I'm back, guys. So here's the question: do we start milling our black walnut now? We can. Maybe we should. So we have all the pieces except for the stretcher. Maybe we should do the black walnut now. Let me grab the board down. It's gonna take me a hot minute because it's up here. It's up there, buried underneath all the other black walnut that I got. Put you guys over here. Oh boy. There's the block I need. Need that block. This great big beautiful piece of black walnut here. Look at that. That bird purred a figure. Let's give you guys a hot minute. Must have been the blueberry coffee. So you guys get a look down this piece of black walnut here. This is why I chose this piece. All right. So the panels are going to come out this way. So it's going to grain match all the way up through. Like one side, hopefully the front will be this side here. And then we'll take the other end and do that. How's this sound? Kiln dried hard maple, FAS, 1 inch thick. $325 a board foot. Didn't I just pull up my price that I pay for S4S hard or maple? S4S curly maple. I pay less than $2 a board foot for a 1x4. And $325 a board foot. Better have some wide boards in there. I know the wider, the more expensive usually, but there's not usually that much of a extreme difference. $4 a board foot. Man. Oh, Rickard, that's right. I'm sorry. I thought you were the guy in New York for a second. Yeah, that price isn't terrible. Yeah, that price. I mean, it's not bad. That's a decent price. Like it's nothing to write home about, but it's probably cheaper than I'll pay for black walnut. And we got them in the backyard. Right, just trying to put my walnut chunks back up. Go. Yeah. Steph, how was your flight? Or flights? $7.50 a board foot for clear black walnut. It's not bad. Yeah, I don't do anything that's not kiln dried. I feel better about it if it's already been kiln dried. It was going to be a piece of indoor furniture anyway. Exhausting and bumpy. Did you get to take a nap? Or was it a short flight? All right, guys, so the hotel got you checked in early. That's awesome. All right, so here's my dilemma. All right. This grain, you can see this grain, right? This kind of curl, this figure, ends here. Probably get one side out of it. The rest of this board, about, I don't know, 6 feet, is all the same grain. So, do I cut both my sides out of this end, or do I make one side this kind of curled grain, or curvy grain, and the other side the straight grain? What would you do? Would you want both sides to match? Or would you, or would you want one side to be more figured, I guess? I'm partially inclined, or I'm mostly inclined, to make both sides match. It's okay, Seb. In this day and age, you can use whatever bathroom you want, remember? That's the thing, Wrecker. I don't know where it'll be placed. Also, Janelle, if I split this, then I lose continuity on both sides. I think down here I have enough. The grain does kind of this thing, so it gets here and then it's straight, but it's only a little bit. But here it kind of, it walks. That section will have to go. There's two. Depending on where they fall, if they'll be cut out or not. Half air dryer, half water slide. I'm really torn. My gut thought is to match both sides out of this stuff. And then use this for something else, whether it be part of this project or part of another project. I think that's my gut dealing or thing here. Figured part for the head of the cradle. That's the head of the cradle. That was the panels that we glued up last night. Now, I could do an inlay, but I'm going to laser engrave something into there. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. I'm going to try to match both sides. So we'll take this section and this section. There's a little bit of figure going on here. There's some curl kind of scattered around, but the grain will continue and match both sides. There'll be a flow. Instead of having one side be dramatic and one side not. I think that's probably the most logical thing to do. Alright, let's get the chop saw out. Because I'm not sending this whole thing through the planer. So, I need ten pieces. No, not 10 pieces. Good Lord. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 6 pieces on each side. So, let's see, 4, 6, 12, 24. I only need 4 feet of this board. So, we're going to oversize it. We're going to cut it down to 28 inches. We'll cut 2 pieces out of this. $28. And we'll send these 2 pieces. I'm going to leave this section out. There's two inclusions here that I don't want to deal with. You know what, before I do that, let's see what the other side looks like. There's inclusions here. I can fill them. That'll be fine. That's not terrible. Yeah, I can fill these with some black epoxy. That won't be bad. Hey, look, there's a little purple streak. All right, 24. So we're gonna go to 28. Grab my yellow wax pen. And then we're gonna go from here, just gonna pick an arbitrary spot. Let's go from here. We're gonna cut that section off. By the way, yellow. I don't know if you can see it. This has a yellow lead in it. It's back here in the dark. I need to put more lights back there. Yellow shows up better on black walnut. You can see my marks. Shows up a hell of a lot better than gray. Go with dramatic. I know you're all about being dramatic. Golden marble looking everything. Fancy sinks. Good lord. How's there a urinal in here? Listen, I walked into all the Walmarts around me, when you go to the back bathroom, it's usually you turn right, there's the men's room. There's you got your two bathrooms and a water fountain. The left is the women's, the right's the men's. One Walmart was different. Turned right, it was the women's room. And so I didn't even pay attention to the door. I hooked that right, walk into the women's room, and there was a bank of urinals on the wall. And I'm like, all right. And then they're taking a whiz, doing my thing. Bucket women are coming in and out, and I'm like, well, this is awkward, but all right. Yeah, it turned out I was in the ladies' room. Don't know why they had urinals. All right, let me get the chop saw out. Break this down. We're going to send it through the planer because we need to make it thinner. And then we're going to break them down into pieces, slices that could be worked later. And that'll probably be where we end it tonight. I feel like this wasn't as productive as yesterday, but at the same point in time, there's a lot going on here. Where's my chop saw? Oh, right here. I will be putting my mask on to cut this black walnut because, man, that dust is It messes with me. This is awkward. That's funny, Ricker. That's hilarious. I'm sorry. I've got questions. Why do you use the urinal for? Welcome to the Elegant Woodcraft Chat. You never know what we're going to talk about from moment to moment. All right, make sure I don't mess this up because I don't want to go buy another piece of black walnut. So, I'm oversized, 28 inches. That should give me 2 inches on each end of excess that I can cut off. Four inches on one end. I've got a little piece of shake right here. I'm going to have to glue that back down before I send it through the planer. So I don't want that to peel off. And what? I'm going to go ahead and give myself a little bit extra. Give myself about another 4 inches of room. The scrap I can use with something else, I'm sure. Alright, gonna make some noise. Oh, hang on, I want my mask. This black walnut messes with me something fierce. Even when in doubt, use the stalls. Things you find in Walmart for $500. Could sit on them if you really tried. Yeah, I mean, I suppose. I gave myself a little extra in case this, which I didn't notice before, becomes a problem, but I think I can glue and clamp that back down. I'll have to do that before I send it through the planer. So it comes down across here. I don't want to lose that chunk. So, I'll close this side. I don't know where my mark is. Did I not mark this side? I don't think I marked this side. Hang on. Use the invisible ink marker. Yeah. Bye, Steph. Have fun. Enjoy the random people of Walmart. Guys, these I'll be honest, these base camp masks, I'm not mad at them. They're cheap. They work. Hashtag not sponsored. If you guys are looking for a cheap mask, all right, we're gonna call that done for this. I need to fix that one piece. Oh, I'm out of clamps. Oh no, I've got clamps over there. How convenient. I've got enough clamps to fix that piece. So, what that means is, because I didn't catch that before and I didn't want to go down too far into this. Oh God, you guys aren't even looking at anything. I didn't want my overall cut to be too far down here. So I didn't cut this piece out where that piece of shake is. I'm going to put glue in there and I'm going to clamp it, and then we're going to mill these probably tomorrow. Like I said, I got to run them through the planer, get them down to a proper thickness. And then something else I can't remember. All right, but for now, I've got this really awesome piece of black walnut. Isn't that sexy? Would you just look at it? It's pretty. All right, put that on the shelf. Oh, my black walnut shelf is taken up. All right, put it on this other shelf. Okay, so let's get this cleaned up. We'll get some wood glue shot into that gap, that little crack. We'll get that clamped so that I can work with it tomorrow. I would go ahead and mill this piece, but I don't want to I don't want to take the chance of having them two different thicknesses. So it's best to do all the milling. If you're going to do milling for, a certain piece, your best bet is to just do it all at once and be done with it. As if I mill this one and this one something happens to this one, like I have a big chunk tear out of it or something, and I need to mill it thinner, and then I'm gonna have to mill this one thinner to match, right? So, but typically I would use a vacuum. I'd use my shop vac to suck glue down in that crack, but my last two clamps. When they tell you that you can have enough clamps, you tell them they're wrong. These are my last two. They tell you can have enough clamps, tell them that they don't do enough glue ups. Or they put a boatload of clamps on everything. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to force some glue into this. Let me see, make sure I can actually clamp this. I don't know if it'll even pull together. Oh yeah, that'll pull together beautifully. All right, perfect. Yeah, that'll pull together real nice. Real nice. So what we're going to do is we're going to cheat this a little bit. Because I have a bit that I can play with, we're going to jam us a flathead screwdriver in there. We're going to open that joint up. Not enough that we blow it out, hopefully, but enough that we can get more glue in there. And then we're going to try to trigger Janelle with the amount of glue that we squeeze down into this thing. Oh, I don't have my plastic down. So I had the intended effect. All right. Oh, plugged in. Sorry. Okay. Here's where that shake ended. Can you guys see that? Right there. See that glue coming out right here? That's what I wanted to happen. That tells me I got glue from this edge all the way down. So we're gluing that thing back together, which is hopefully going to mean that I've got the same amount of glue across the entire project. hopefully, or across the entire gap, and not just. Now, normally I wouldn't spread my glue around like this, but this is all getting milled. So this glue that's going to soak into the surface doesn't matter. Because when you rub it around, no matter what they tell you, you're still spreading that glue into the pores of the wood. It's going to be a problem. You have to sand it out. I've yet, in my experience, we'll say, I don't know, I'm not an expert, maybe somebody out there has had better luck, but in my experience, doesn't matter how much water you put on it, wood glue is still going to do wood glue things. You don't know what a good price on cherry is, Ricker? I can tell you what I pay. I pay $3 a board foot for clear cherry rough cut. They just raised it 50 cents. So that's a good price. No comment. Wood glue do what wood glue do. So now, here we're going to be at a standstill. Now, what I have to do is I have to remember that piece of shake is here. Because if I mill it down into that glue line, there's going to be a noticeable curl that's going to go across the grain of the glue. All right, like wood glue does not absorb finish. Okay, we've done this multiple times now. Wood glue does not absorb finish. It will leave a visible line. So you got to pay attention when I get down, when I mill this and I put finish on it, I have to pay attention to where this piece is so that I can try to account for that line that's going to show up. Well, I mean, it's marked now. It's also the side that has a notch out of the corner. Like it's marked. Oh shit. I think I'm gonna have a drink. And we're just gonna hang out and relax for a bit. I got wood glue all the way down through. Wood glue all the way down through. I got a nice squeeze out along my seam. I got squeeze out in here. Clamp that a little better down there, so put more pressure down on that thin edge. And watch the glue dry. I think we're just gonna have a drink, hang out for a minute, or 10, and maybe clean up a little bit, and then call her a day. I need my koozie. Got my. I'm gonna have to think of something to resaw now. Sounds like a decent weekend activity. But no, I'll be honest. I am making more progress on this than I thought I would. At this point, like, with the exception of a few trim pieces that are going to be black walnut, and these slats everything is rough cut. Everything is surfaced, rough cut, and ready for the next step. We got the panels. They're ready to be cleaned up. We got the legs and the feet that are ready. They're in glue up. We got now we have the side panels that are rough cut. They would be planed, but we ran into that piece of shake down here, so we want to fix that before we move forward. Yeah, I think we got the rails, we got the stiles. I think we're making pretty good progress on it so far. And that was what, 4 hours yesterday? And we're up to 5 hours now, so what, probably 3 hours of actual working on stuff maybe? Because we did a lot of dicking around today. Of course, at least a half hour in the beginning was setting the bandsaw up to resaw stuff that I'm not going to resaw anymore. I will still use the bandsaw. I don't know what I'm going to use it on, but I'm going to use it on something. I will find something to use it on. Maybe. Well, I mean, I'm going to use it. I'm going to have to use it on. Well, these I'll make a jig for that I can trace them out with the router. I'm going to end up using it on the legs and the feet. I'm going to have to change blades again to get everything shaped. What's up, Sergeant Grass? How you doing, buddy? And then I'm going to use it on the panels, the end pieces, to get one shaped, and then I'm going to use that one as a pattern to duplicate. Yeah, I think we're making pretty good progress. We're into this like 1 day of working time now. It's not going too bad. And we have successfully used every single clamp that I own. Or at least the ones that are here. I don't think I've found any more. I might have some in the basement. Maybe. And I'm pretty sure I've got some in storage. Oh, nope. I lied. Sorry. I apologize. We've got these two 6-foot long bar clamps back here. I didn't use those. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Making life happen. That's the only way to be, Grass. That's the way to be. You know what I want to do, though, is I need to put these panels up somewhere. We're gonna sticker those so they don't get all crazy and wonky. I could scrape these, but then what would I do tomorrow? those are stickered. What's he making? I'm making a bassinet. Right now I'm making a mess. That's what I'm making. I gave Janelle a stroke when I put all these, I put these two leg groups together, these two foot clamps together. The amount of glue that I used. Janelle yelled at me and told me to scoop it back up, put it back in the bottle. And then I tried to do one that used less glue, and I think that I somehow used more glue. But I made less of a mess, so that it works, right? Sergeant Grass, how's your Saturday or your Sunday been? Sorry, it's not Saturday. Good Lord. Got to go to the day job tomorrow. He was hog wild with the glue. I do. I don't know if you guys remember here a couple of months back, I made those really big cutting boards. They were like countertop sized. Each one of those boards, I used a full bottle of glue on. Each one. Four times the time. That's because with more glue, I don't have to be so careful spreading it out. Today you're a bit hungry over? I'm gonna refill my glue bottle so that way I don't have to worry about it drying up halfway through. Man, this gallon's almost empty. I'm gonna have to buy another gallon. You know, got to keep the. How many do I have in there? 4? I think I have 4 in there. I might only have 2 or 3 in there now. I don't remember the last time I bought glue. Headache, and you need a sandwich. I like it. Hungry over. That's usually when I want tacos. I am going to have to, here shortly, take stock of stuff that I have and where I am on material and consumables. Get more stuff ordered in because I hate running out of consumables halfway through. Which is why I always keep a bunch of glue because I burn through a lot of glue. There's a dirty joke there. I get it. I get it now. Oh, man. Yeah, I think we're making good progress on this. It might not take a full month like I thought, but we're just doing the rough stuff right now. This is the easy part. The difficult part hasn't happened yet. No, my delivery didn't arrive. It was somebody ringing my doorbell. It says somewhere between, it says something by 10 p.m. Listen, if I get stuff at 10 p.m., I'm going to be unhappy about it. Now, to be fair, I did I did go through my Amazon cart and pick everything that I was getting based on delivery tomorrow. Today. Because this was yesterday at like, oh, I don't know, 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning or at night. And then today I forgot that I needed to order sandpaper belts. And so I hopped on Amazon and I found ones that were good quality that were going to also be delivered today. Yeah, 10 p.m. on a Sunday. I don't like people coming to my house after 8, let alone 10 o'clock. You're going to come up here and ring the doorbell. Hell, usually by 7, I'm already in my underwear, just sitting on the couch. Usually with a dog snoring next to me. No, not 7. Usually by 9. By 9. Unless I get distracted out here, which happens sometimes. I am super excited to get these. So the biggest problem for this is going to be assembly and all the fine fitment and shaping everything. The shaping is going to be what I have the biggest problem with, because things have to match, or at least be close. And then, I could do power carving. No, that's probably a little crazy for power carving. I'll wait to do that with that black walnut tabletop right there. I've decided what I'm gonna do with that piece of black walnut that I bought on a whim because it was there and it looked pretty. That block that I was showing you guys before a couple weeks back. I'm going to glue up a base out of maple and black walnut, and I'm going to stripe it so that it's maple, black walnut, maple, black walnut, and I'm going to stripe it, and then I'm going to build the base to match the stripe. The whim walnut, yeah, this piece here. This piece here that's 2 inches thick and chunky with the lab edges. So I'm going to maple black walnut stripe, glue up a block like I did those legs there, right? Except for it's going to be a little bigger. Probably going to be looking in the neighborhood of an 8x8 size-wise. And then I'm going to do a base, which will be, it'll be less height but longer. 2 inches and chunky. There's grass. I hurt myself. I pulled a hangnail out and now my fingers bleed. And I'm going to power carve it. I don't know how it's going to look yet. We'll see what happens. But I'm going to power carve it so that I can get a decent pedestal out of it, maybe with some flare, and because I want it to come down off the top like this, come in, and then maybe flare out a little bit, not crazy, just a little bit, and then taper back in and then flare out to the base. That's the idea that I have. I thought about doing a laminated section out of 4 pieces of lumber, right? 2 maple, 2 black walnut, and making them 2x2 squares, gluing them together, you know, kind of like a checkerboard, black walnut, maple, right? Power carving that, and doing, I don't know if I'd be able to, but make it look like 4 branches are twisting up, just bundled together. So do 4 little, like, you know, loops, like that. I don't know. Let's see here. I can probably draw it out. Like a 4-leaf clover kind of thing, like that. And do that and spiral it up to the flare at the top and the flare at the base. That's going to be a lot of work, and I don't know. I'm going to cut the top. I'm going to do a little bit of work to the top. I'm not going to leave it that big. What I'll probably do is I'll probably continue that live edge on the 2 cut sides. I'll just make it. That's what she said in giggity. I don't know if I will be able to successfully do the 4-leaf clover look, the branch, that spiral. I don't know if I'll be able to successfully do it on one attempt. It may take me several tries to get one that I actually like. But I do know that I can do a round base and a round top with a post between the two, like a 6x6, and just make it all striped so that the black walnut of the post lines up with the black walnut of the base, and the maple will line up with the maple, etc. I do know that I could do that very effectively. A Tetris shelf to make when they can get me some dimensions. Nice. I don't know. I don't have anybody that wants it, so I'm just gonna make something just to make something. I thought about doing it all out of black walnut, or doing a black walnut base and a maple pedestal up to the black walnut top. Just something that contrasts it, because I don't like all black walnut furniture. I'm not a fan of black walnut. I'm not a fan at all. I'd much rather have the cherry or the maple. Purple poplar could work. I've got tons of that. That would add a little bit of... You'd add some whites and some purples. Black walnut's kind of purple. Maybe I'll try that. That's not a bad idea, you know. Maybe I'll do the pedestal with the purple poplar. I'll do maybe I'll do like a 6x6. I probably don't need an 8x8 for the size of that top. Maybe I'll do like a 6x6 glue up. You're welcome, Grass. You're welcome. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. I know that big 20-inch wide piece of purple poplar, that's going to be a bench. But I've got probably 30 board feet of purple poplar over there. Well, black walnut, if you oil it, it will darken significantly most of the time. That one might not, because it's got the sapwood on both sides, but it might. You could oil it and then just do a wax on it. Get a nice shiny top. Huh. I'm gonna have to do another glue up, and now all my clamps are gone. I need more clamps. I gotta make a run down. Gonna make a run down to Harbor Freight to buy more clampus. I may do that on either Friday evening or Saturday morning. It'll be like a sappy piece of wood. So if I don't do a live stream, I don't know how much of this I'll need to live stream anymore. Like during the week, I might end up taking a couple days off of it. Really, I don't have that much. There's not that much left to do. The loudest bit is going to be the planer. Getting these things milled, the black walnut pieces milled down to size. And then I have to mill those blocks. I got to get those square or squared off. That's going to be jointer and planer. So I have to be careful with the when I mill those blocks that I have glued up over there for the legs and feet. God bless, I'm stuck on something. These legs and feet over here, I have to be careful with those, because if you mill too much off of one side, like on the cherry sides, then the balance is going to be off. So you got to mill it evenly. And it doesn't matter so much on the ends. But oh Lord, grass. I don't know why. Yeah, I've only started doing the live stream. This was Saturday that I started this. I did one Thursday too, but that was tongue and groove. All right, grass. That's funny. Yeah, I guess I have been doing more live streams lately. Yeah, Vineyard, I'll definitely have to, I'll have to remember that. I'll have to write myself a note. Also, I'm surprised that I beat you on, I wrote myself a note. I'm surprised I beat you on subscribers, you know. You went live way more than I did. But thank you. I appreciate that. We'll hopefully over this week, you guys will start to see this thing take shape. The uprights and the feet are going to be rough. You got to get one. You got to get one perfect, and then you can use it as a pattern for the other one. Or you can make a pattern, which I might do. I might make a pattern, because it'll be a lot easier to mess that up than to try to fix a mess up on that. So maybe I'll take some of this 1/4-inch plywood that I got laying around here, and I'll make a pattern. Now the stretcher is going to be the easiest pattern ever, because all I'm going to do for the stretcher is I'm going to bow it in the middle, so it's going to be thinner in the center. It's going to flare out to the sides. So there, all you need to do is just take something that's flexible, flex it, lock it in place. 2 clamps, lock that curve in place, trace it out. There's your curve. Do the same thing on the opposite side. And I don't know, Vineyard. I've seen a lot of sit-down lives do pretty good. Now, I don't know if that's because they already have a good following and their sit-down lives are just people that are already following them, but must have bled out a bunch of protesters. I try to keep that nonsense away. I'm not interested in that. It's messing with my drama-free environment. But these panels came out very nice. They did. They came out really good. I'm not mad at them at all. I kind of want to scrape them right now. Haven't been streaming. Yeah. That also explains why I haven't seen your notifications. Because usually I'd wake up in the morning and be like, oh, Janelle went live at 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, well, Vineyard, I don't put out videos very often. I don't have time. So I made the decision to just do live streams with the occasional video or short or something. I talked about this yesterday, I believe. I think when you edit out a video, like take this build for example, when you edit this down into a video, you lose so much of the build. You lose the, I feel like you lose the passion in it. And that, to me, building things like furniture, it's a passion, right? Not a quick 30-minute video. And you lose all the how did you come to that conclusion type things. Like, what did you do that made you do this? Like, if I do it on a live stream, I mean, this is exactly how I'd be building it anyway. I just have you guys to talk to and distract me for a while. But I think when any craftsman makes something that they are particularly proud of, even if they're not really proud of it, I feel like every piece that a craftsman makes has a little bit of them in it. Like, you might make cutting boards, or you might make dining tables. I feel like it's got everything that you make has a little piece of you in it. So why try to edit that out to make it short enough for somebody with a 30-minute attention span to enjoy? There's enough videos out there on YouTube those people can get their fix. But what there isn't a lot of on YouTube is build videos. There's not a lot of, not that I see anyway, and I follow a lot of creators. Most creators tend to either do talking head videos or they'll do a bunch of build videos and then they'll turn into a tool reviewer. Did have a little bit of a gap on this piece here. Not gap, but it's a little bit off. And a little bit right here. But I don't know. I feel like there's a yeah, the hanging out is nice. The hanging out bit is good. Need a clamp to hold that down so you can work easier. Yeah, I know. I usually clamp it to my table and scrape. Then all I have to do is brace the table and go. I got most of the glue off of that joint. It's good enough until tomorrow, or whenever I scrape it. That's a lot of work. What's up, Alan? There we go. There's a partial view of the panel, of a panel. Ignore these bits of glue, especially down at this end, because I can't get to them. Because the table's not, my stuff's not clamped. But I knocked off all the big stuff. This one I gotta knock off some more big stuff. So let me do that. While I got the scraper out, I might as well scrape it. Those are going to be some beautiful ends. If you do this scraping thing like I do, pay attention to the grain, right? If you're going against the grain, you have a better chance of ripping grain out. I also got to go through my live yesterday and do timestamps. Should be uploaded by now, I would think. Scrape my wood, that sounds painful. Build videos, not real videos. Oh, see, I don't enjoy the editing. Here, Moen had me on earphones. I am so sorry. Was it easier to drive a truck and watch YouTube, but you can't drive a lawnmower and watch YouTube? I don't know. I got a dashboard that I can set my phone on. It's usually what I do. It is because I don't need to pay attention to the speed and stuff. I just put my phone in there. But now my commute is like 15 minutes. So there's not a whole lot of time to watch videos. I just had to fix a little area down here where I was going, when I had the board turned the other way, I was tearing it out. So I had to come back and scrape that flat. But that's the basic panel. It's the basic idea. Also, if you're making a signboard, there you go. Giant fucking signboard. Huge. Probably the biggest signboard ever. $50 quarters and like 10 halves. Nice. Get some, old boy. We'll decide which side is space and which side is inside outside later on. A spray heat gun. So, Alan, I think we're making damn good time. The assembly portion hasn't begun yet, the fine-tuning things, but the roughing portion is rapidly approaching an end. Paint will cover the imperfections. Hell yeah. They're fishing weights. They don't have to be perfect. You'll be in chat tonight? Hell yeah. Awesome. I got glue underneath my fingernails and it feels really weird. But Alan, I don't know how much you've seen, if you've seen any earlier, but we got the leg blanks glued up. We got the feet blanks glued up. So we got the panels out of glue, out of clamps, because I needed all my clamps for those. And we just scraped them to knock off the high spots of the glue. We got the black walnut. I'm sorry, these were the last two clamps that I had right here. Got the black walnut for the side pieces. Got those cut out. I was going to cut them down to size. They'll be going this way, so it'll run down the side. I was going to cut them out, but I ran into a piece here that needed to be repaired. So we'll get that stuff milled up probably tomorrow. I got to run it through the planer, cut it down a little bit, thickness wise. It's 3/4 of an inch. I need it to be down at like 1/2 inch. And then tomorrow, I don't know if I'll pull those pieces out of glue up tomorrow yet or not. I might wait till because those are for the frame, so those aren't really that important right now. Right now, the important thing is to get the box built. Oh, and Janelle had a great idea. So I've got these little like scraps of tongue and groove walnut, black walnut, right? And I was just going to put a piece of plywood down. Excuse me. For the bottom of the cradle portion. And I pulled these out for some reason. I can't remember why anymore. But I pulled these out, and Janelle had this idea about using it at the bottom, as the bottom of the cradle for the mattress to lay on. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do that on the bottom. If, because I'm one piece short for size-wise. So if I can get to the lumber yard and they have another piece about yay big, it's got to be at least a foot big, long. Foot big. It's got to be at least a foot long. So yeah, and then you'll have to put the mattress on top of it and stuff. So nobody will ever know that there's black walnut under there. Until they pull the mattress off. But yeah, so the sides are going to go, they're going to be looking something like this. Right? Oh. It's going to be looking like this going down through, because I got 4 pieces of this, right? So 3 openings. Yeah. And so these will be cut into panels. They'll be half that width. And then I'm going to cut that kind of eyeball slot out of it. Or thought about maybe cutting a diamond out. But I don't know, because I want it to be small enough that the baby's not going to stick their hand in it and like get stuck. But I also want it to be big enough that it's not like a box. You know what I mean? So I may I may just take a piece of scrap wood somewhere and do a panel up and see how it'll look once I get all these pieces milled. Yeah, baby proofing is definitely important. I mean, there's going to be a baby in it. I know baby's got tiny little arms. And you're going to need to... So the slot either needs to be long and narrow. Go ahead, grass. I know you want to. It either needs to be long and narrow, or it needs to be big enough that if the a big enough diamond shape that the arm can't get stuck. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know, grass. I know. I knew it was wrong as soon as I was doing the hand things. So I'm gonna have to give that a little bit of thought and probably draw up or mock up an actual piece to see. I do like the idea of the larger diamonds. Yeah, I went sideways right from the beginning. Yep, 100%. I do like the idea of the larger diamonds because, I mean, a baby's not going to crawl through it, right? But it feels like, I don't know, to me, I feel like it'd be less of like a jail cell or a cardboard box that you put them in. I don't know. We're going to see. I'm going to mock some up once I get the side pieces milled. Those cave divers. You mean the ones that are underwater and climb through tiny little holes in the ground and try not to get stuck? Yeah, the cat could reach through and boop. God bless America, grass. Spent my whole life trying to climb through a tiny little hole. Oh, goodness. Once I get things milled up, I get these pieces and the rails, the top and bottom rails done. Before I cut the final shape out of these, like I'll get them down to size, but before I do any shape cutting on them, we'll mock up some pieces and see how they look. Baby proof and cat proof. I don't know if you can cat proof. Yeah, spend the rest of your life trying to get back in one. Absolutely. Boy, this whole live stream took a turn real quick. Oh my. You guys are great. All hell breaks loose, right? That being said, we got about 3 minutes left until I end up pushing that end button. So I'm gonna finish my drink, shoot the breeze for a little bit. Finish my drink, shoot the breeze for a little bit. I don't know, Alan. I think Janelle knows grass, so I feel like Janelle knows what to expect when grass shows up in a stream. Alan, do you have cats? You were waiting. Acts like an angel in hers. Of course you do. Of course you do. Used up all your good already. One outside cat. See, I don't have to cat proof it. No kitties. Although, Alan, I do expect that once your wife or your daughter gets it all set up, that you send me a picture. I can't stage it because I don't have baby stuff, so I can't stage it proper to take pictures of it. But I'm gonna take a bunch of pictures of it in the shop, and then. Well, that'll be about it. I can't really take pictures of anything else. So, I expect a couple of staged pictures from you guys. It doesn't have to have a baby in it. Although a picture of the baby in it would be really nice. Drop a few F-bombs. I've heard you go off a couple of times, Janelle. It's surprised me the first few times. I was sitting there all wide-eyed like, Didn't know she did this. Or you're prompted by the host. We're going to start getting the shop shut down. It's cold outside, so my hoodie's all. That whole 12-second walk to the back door, I don't want to freeze. But that's got to spin down for a few minutes, so. You can make sailors blush? Yeah, that's fair. Your chat is always so well behaved, though. Especially when I first came in there. I had no idea. Probably turn this fan off. I got to take my glue in. Yeah, they definitely are really cool people in your chat. You've built a nice little community over there, you know. In fact, almost everybody in here has built a nice little community. But well, guys, it is almost 4 o'clock my time, which means I think we're done for the day. I got to get washed up so I can get some dinner. And I think we made some decent progress. The next milling day will be a significantly better amount of progress. So, y'all have a great night, and we will talk with you all, probably tomorrow. All right? Yeah, no problem, Alan. No problem at all. All right, guys. Have a good night. We'll chat with you later.